Hello? Yeah. We're going to have a few technical issues today, so this mic probably will go up and down for the guests that will join us on Zoom. I'll explain that shortly. So, hello and welcome everyone to UQ Rotary Peace Fellow Annual Seminar for Rotary Class 18. From feeling to healing, embracing emotions in peace building and the pandemic. We're glad to welcome all of you here today with us in person, and we also acknowledge that we have guests joining us on Zoom from Rotary International and from other places inside and outside Australia. I didn't think that we'd ever arrive at this point and be doing an annual seminar, and actually be standing here and sitting here. But we're grateful that Queensland and Australia has proven resilient to the impact of COVID over the past year, and we're happy to be here. And last and most important of all, we hope that you and everybody joining us online for the seminar will enjoy the seminar today. I believe that each and every Peace Fellow has an interesting story to tell. Please bear with us because of the technical issues, so we'll be doing a lot of transitions on here to support the guests in the webinar joining us on Zoom. But to begin the day, we're going to be starting with a welcome to country. And I'd like to invite Stephen Coghill, who's a senior member of the traditional custodians of South East Queensland. He grew up in Wynnum, Inala and Ipswich, and spent as much time as possible on Strawberry Island and Moreton Bay, Quantum. Please welcome Steve.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honour to be here to talk to you. Everyone can hear me okay? Yep. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the University of Queensland and this Rotary to add to this, for incorporating the welcome to country to their event this morning. I'd like to thank Anthony Pemberton and Guy and Morgan for incorporating this into the events of the UQ Rotary and their celebrations. They've done it in the past and probably do it in the future, and they're doing it now. So congratulations to you guys. At this point in time, I'd like to explain the importance of the welcome to country. The welcome is a traditional protocol practiced over thousands of years in Australia by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So, while this is a more formal, identifiable process, some of the welcome to countries that I've been involved with on formal occasions and less formal occasions have been very subtle and hard to detect. And if you know where to look, you can see that there is a welcome going on. One of the things that I do is, if I'm going out west to do some business, might want to go fishing with the yellowbelly, because yellowbelly they occur over the range. I'll ring a mate up and either come to St. George or something and say, hey, what's the yellowbelly? That they bite me? But by way of courtesy call to say, I'm coming to your country. And they'll respond with, with things like, yeah, come out, they're not biting, come around, and things to that nature. So they're the more subtle versions of welcome to country and permissions to travel around. Okay. So once again, I congratulate the organisation for incorporating this welcome to country, this more formal process, more visible out there process. I just want to say my connection to this country through my grandfather's grandfather, who was born down the road here a bit, at a place called what's now called Custom House. His name was Kawali, and he moved around extensively and worked through this whole southeast Queensland area and other parts of Australia. He married my great-great-great-grandmother, whose name was Carmen. She was from the Cubby people. And they moved around this country, and then their child married another person out west, Laminda, west of Yagara, and the story goes on and on and night, so we could be here for a couple of hours or so. I won't make it that long. But that's the gist of how people connect the country. It's not you're there, you stay there. My connection is to South East Queensland and other places as well. So I just want to understand that the topic of the event is on peace today. I see, read the run sheet there, and I've been reading stuff outside there. Everyone's peaceful. Just want to share my observations and my understanding that, you know, growing up as an Aboriginal person in a different society, even with other Aboriginal people moving into South East Queensland, growing up with us all together. And peace, to me, is not a lack of war, it's not a lack of conflict. Peace to me is an attitude that we have, that we go, it's a tool that we use for harmony and getting on together. And, you know, it's about listening. It's about being able to understand people. That's all a part of that peace program. I'm sure people here will know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say some Aboriginal words now for you, but I'll give you the interpretation of it because I don't know that a lot of you speak Yabra. Yeah. Anyone? Okay. So here we go. Yawa Yungu. Hello, friends. That's a friendly greeting. Karamba Bird Nagama. Good day to all. Welcome Yagra Jarana. Welcome on Yagra country, our country. Karamba Ngara Nagambli. Great God, Spirit, bless you all. Welcome Nagambli. Yara. Welcome onto Yagra country. And thank you. And now I'd like to introduce you to Associate Professor Morgan Ridge, the UQ Rotary Seminar. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you. Thanks very much to Steve, not just for the welcome to country, but for introducing me as well. To be grounded in this place with Steve's blessing is truly appreciated. I also acknowledge the Guri people of South East Queensland, the traditional owners of the lands on which the University of Queensland and the Rotary Peace Centre operate. On behalf of Centre staff and fellows, I pay my respects to ancestors and all their descendants. As we begin today, I also recognise past Rotary International Director John Lawrence. Online with us, Rotary International staff Jill Gunter and Jacqueline Espeta. Hi to both of you. I want to acknowledge past district governors and their partners, George and Mary Grant, Eric Wood, Anne Brand. I'm not sure if Anne is actually with us here or online, but Anne and I worked together for the first time in 2017. Craig Bowen, Nick and Jan Curry, Annette and Eddie Richards, Neil Black, Doug and Susan Clare. Doug is also our host area coordinator. Alan Stevens, Elwyn and Alison Hodges, John Lane and Bo Morse. I haven't had the opportunity to say hello yet, but I have seen both of you. Great to have you here with us. Daryl Moore Asebi. Hi, very nice to have you here. Murray Verso, Roz Kelly. I also want to acknowledge District Governor-elect Wendy Prothero for the incoming combined district. Very nice to have you with us, Wendy. Assistant Governors David Field and Richie Andit, Rotary Advisory Board member Leslie Smith, and also Sean Forbes, former host area coordinator. Sean, fantastic to have you with us. Rotarians, councillors and friends of Rotary, including Rotary Peace Fellows alumni, some of whom are generously serving as moderators for us today. Thank you all for the wonderful partnership we have with Rotary, and my sincere apologies to anyone I might have missed in that process. On our side, or my side of the partnership with Rotary International, I want to recognise our head of school, Professor Catherine Gallagher, staff of the School of Political Science and International Studies, and in particular, former director, Dr. Melissa Colin, my dear colleague, great to have you with us. And I extend a warm welcome to everyone, both in person and online, for the 2021 Class 18 Peace Fellows Seminar. To Class 19 Fellows, many of you who are online, we're of course saddened that you're not able to join us in person. I want to extend a particularly warm online welcome to you. We look forward to welcoming you to Brisbane in person when you're able to travel. To our guest speaker, also online, Dr. Emma Leslie, I'm delighted and grateful that you can join us. Dr. Leslie is a really long-term frontline worker on peace building in the region. Emma, our paths have not crossed as yet, but I've known of your work for many years, so it's a privilege to have you speak today. Ladies and gentlemen, the past year, I think, as all of us know, has been like no other. And as we learn to live with the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm delighted that, as Anthony's already signalled, that the annual Peace Fellows Seminar is simply taking place in hybrid mode for the first time. Last year, we were disappointed that the seminar became impossible, but returning to our regular program of seminars, I think reminds us of all that the seminar signals and brings in terms of collaboration and partnership. So it's just such a delight to be back here holding the seminar. Given what we've faced in the last year, I want to pay tribute to Class 18. Looking at you, it's fantastic to have you here. And I want to pay tribute to you for your resilience. We're glad that, obviously, in hindsight, we're glad that you were with us before travel restrictions came into place and things were locked down. And we're delighted that all of you have chosen to stay with us. But I also want to acknowledge the stress you've been under as you followed sometimes harrowing events in your home countries. I know some of you have had your personal networks and family members heavily impacted by COVID. And you've also, of course, had to undertake part of your studies in online mode, which is not always easy. It has the advantage of allowing us to continue to do our work, but I think most people experience it as not as enjoyable or satisfactory as the full-time mode. So thank you once again for your resilience. In today's pandemic-affected world, I'm sure that when they speak, Class 18 will highlight for us the ongoing and indeed heightened importance of peace building and conflict resolution efforts. As our current circumstances highlight the requirement that we attend to and respond to the needs of others, and I'm actually thinking here about the situation of many, many people in our immediate neighbourhood in Papua New Guinea as they struggle with COVID outbreak. I want to commend to you Class 18's theme of embracing emotions. For too long, I think institutions like this one, the university, and science and professional practice more broadly have laboured under the assumption that positive social change is achieved and characterised almost naturally, in fact, by the application and advance of reason. Now, there's no doubt that reason is a singularly powerful and incredibly important phenomenon of recent centuries. And indeed, in the current circumstances, we must continue to insist on the value of reason and on the value of fact as we deal with the challenges of misinformation and conspiracy theory. But it's also clear that we need to think and work more imaginatively and creatively. Indeed, we're learning, perhaps more slowly than we need to, that we've adopted an easy and erroneous divide between the faculties of reason and our emotions, and that a bias towards reason, in fact, has led to neglect of important and inescapable dimensions of what it means to be human. Also, I want to highlight that the ongoing work of peace building and conflict resolution amidst the pandemic reminds us of the value of the partnership between Rotary International School of Political Science and International Studies at the University of Queensland. And I can't say too much about this. The school is delighted to continue to partner with the Rotary Foundation in the Peace Centres program and to collaborate with partner centres around the globe. Depending on how we calculate, we're coming close to the 20th anniversary of the UQ Rotary Centre. I think that's a remarkable milestone. Yeah. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you in deepening that partnership as we approach that remarkable milestone. I think we can look forward to enjoying some very warm and positive celebrations among us with that milestone. In concluding, I want to thank everyone involved in the Rotary Peace Fellowship for contributing to the experience of Class 18 Fellows. Among others, this includes many Rotarians, many councillors here in the audience who I know are always providing all sorts of wonderful, warm encouragement and support to the Fellows. It includes our Rotary Host Area Coordinator, Doug Sinclair, and members of our Rotary Advisory Board. And quite close to me in the everyday work I'm doing in the centre, it involves the tireless and quite remarkable efforts of Diana McCluskey. So to Class 18 Fellows, congratulations on your success in your studies. I know it hasn't always been easy, but I've watched you learn and flourish in your courses. And my sincere thanks to all of you for managing those studies and your contributions to the fellowship amidst the challenging circumstances brought on by the pandemic. My sincere best wishes for whatever is next for you, whatever form that may take. So once again, everyone, I'd like to see you here. Thank you very much for being here. And I'd now like to hand over to Doug.
Too loud. Good morning, and thank you very much for those words. I don't know about the yellow bellies, but I assume no one is biting. My role this morning is to welcome Rotarians and friends and thank them for their support for the Peace Fellow program. Before I go much further, I just want to acknowledge the role that the University of Queensland academic support and support staff play in making the program such a success. And particularly want to acknowledge Associate Professor Morgan Brigg, who's the Director of the program, and also Diana McCluskey. Where is Diana? She's hiding somewhere.
She may be just
outside, Diana McCluskey. She's hiding outside. Their support, both from the Rotarian perspective and from the students, I'm sure, is fantastic. It's also pleasing to see so many of my Rotary colleagues here this morning, particularly many past district governors that are here. And all I can say is you're lucky that I've got a microphone and not them, because we'll probably finish on time. I'm not picking on anyone in particular. As well as the many friends and Rotarians that are online as well, so thank you for that. Like me, many of them know that Rotary has had a long history of involvement in the efforts to bring peace in the world. Many of you will have heard a little bit about Rotary's involvement in the efforts to start off the United Nations. At the organisation conference for the United Nations, which occurred in San Francisco in 1945, the United States delegation invited Rotary International to appoint some consultants. And 11 prominent Rotarians attended that session as consultants on behalf of the United Nations. And they therefore had some influence on the charter, the actual charter of the United Nations. Subsequent to that, Rotary International has been granted consultative status with the United Nations, particularly particularly with the Economic and Social Development Committee. And throughout the years, they've been able to offer constructive support to that committee, that part of the United Nations. And so their main role has been to offer support and to disseminate information about how the United Nations is functioning. And so they've done that with great effectiveness over that time. And so many of you, some of you will have heard that Rotary has a seat on the United Nations. Well, it's not actually a seat, more than a consultative process that they're involved in and have been involved in for such a long time, and therefore can have some influence on behalf of their members, their 1.2 million members around the world. At the local level, we've got 2 districts that predominantly support our Peace Fellow program. Not that the others don't, but because we live in Brisbane, many of us, and we're so close to the Queensland University, District 9600 and District 963 have been intimately involved in the program since its inception. And subsequently, we're going to charter a new district called 9620 come July the 1st. So when our new cohort of Peace Fellows arrives, they'll be under the new district 9620. Both districts have played a significant role in the Peace Fellow program over a long period of time. And it's not only by providing support that the councillors offer, it's a whole range of other things that the Rotarians in the districts do. They invite our Peace Fellows to club meetings, often to be guest speakers. They invite them to do things like conferences. I know many of you were at the 9630 conference in Toowoomba a couple of weeks ago, and a group of you were also going to the 9600 conference in Kingaroy in a couple of weeks. And it's a great opportunity for you to mix with Rotarians in that sort of venue. So sometimes they come as guest speakers, sometimes they come as conference goers, sometimes they just come as friends. And many times they do actually just come as friends of Rotarians. And I think that's one of the things that we sometimes don't pay enough importance to, that our fellows become our friends over a long period of time they're with us. And Rotary is all about service, predominantly. We like to do service in our community. But we're also founded on fellowship and friendship. And it's great that we can become friends with our Peace Fellows over that time and lifelong friends in many cases. And so we really appreciate that. And I think that's one of the things that keeps our councillors coming back and keeps Rotarians coming back to the program, that fellowship aspect. So finally, I want to thank the fellows of this cohort, class 18. As Morgan said, it's been a pretty tough year, hasn't it? But you have survived to this stage, only a few months to go. And I'm not sure, some of you will be heading home if you can eventually get out of the country. Some of you might stay on, which is what tends to happen for a few people. They like the place so much, they stay on. They become attached to Queensland and Australia. And they sometimes do further study, or sometimes use their knowledge of peace and conflict to increase their involvement in the field, which is great. But I look forward to hearing your presentations today, and look forward to seeing you later on. I think we're having a cocktail hour after, which would be a great sense of relief to our fellows, I know. They can't wait, in other words. But we look forward to meeting them again. Look forward to the presentations in particular. And thank you to them for what they've done so far in organising today, particularly, I know Anthony's played a key role in that, so thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to all the others that have been here today. It's a pity we couldn't have the room packed with people, but I know there's a number of people who managed to get online, and hopefully you enjoyed the day's proceedings as well. Thank you very much.
And now we'll have some welcoming remarks from our class representatives, Ellie and Rachel.
So hello everyone, welcome to the 18th annual Rotary Peace Fellowship Seminar from Building to Healing, Embracing Emotions in Peace Building in a Pandemic. We're very glad to have you here today as we share our journeys in peace building and our experience in this fellowship. We also give a special greeting to our online audience. And for the first time, as we have mentioned before, we're doing a hybrid event, in person and online. And in these COVID days, so many of you have supported us near and far. So it seems very fitting to be gather here all today, and because you have been here with us every step of the way during these 18 months.
Exactly. And as class representatives, Ellie and I have the greatest honor to introduce you to 8 of the most wonderful people who are the fellows of class 18. So first up in alphabetical order, fellows, I invite you to stand as your name is called. We have Rachel Buchan from the United States, that's myself. Molly Ferguson, also from the United States. Maya Glassman from Israel. Helen Hart Hurtado. Megan McEwen Gleason from Mexico. Tesfaye Mekonnen from Ethiopia. Lin Nong from Vietnam. Anthony Pemberton from the UK. Nathan Tureraju from Singapore. Eli Torres from Honduras. Made it through the names. As well, we want to welcome our new cohort, class 19. Most of you are joining from your homes, and we are so hopeful that you'll be able to join us soon in Brisbane. However, we have the honor to also welcome in person one of the fellows from class 19, Hasmin Antista. Argentina, and we're so glad that she can be with us here in person.
Yes, very much. And throughout this experience, this cohort of Peace Fellows has been one of the most remarkable parts of our time in Brisbane. And we have learned from each other, and most of all, we have enjoyed our friendship in these times that were very necessary at the beginning of COVID. And when COVID came, we grew even closer, determined to support each other through whatever storms came around our way. And when we look back at our Peace Fellowship, the bond of our cohort will be one of the things that is the most memorable and that most help us get through these difficult times. So when we brainstormed this seminar, we talked about the idea of how emotions got involved during this year and how emotions are present in every conflict. So throughout the fellowship, we read many case studies about the importance of emotions in resolving conflict, and research shows that we cannot remove emotion from logic and reasoning in decision making. In fact, we learned in our class that emotions govern conflict scenarios more than logic or data-driven policy making. Therefore, we decided that rather than trying to push away the difficult ones and also the good ones of the past year and pandemic, we will embrace them and share our experience with you authentically, just like peace builders need to do in the field every day.
So before we jump in, we'd like to give you a sense of the logistics for the day. So if you'd like to take a look at your agenda, I think it's on maybe page 3 of your program. The rest of the day will be divided into 3 sections of presentations followed by panel discussions. The first is a session on positive peace. Then we will take a break to enjoy lunch, at which point we invite you to become acquainted with the Peace Fellows. After lunch, there will be 2 more sessions. The first is about diversity, conflict, and social cohesion. And the second is about underrepresented voices in the peacemaking process. The day will conclude with the Janet Lawrence Award, and afterwards, we will finish the day by sharing drinks at the cocktail hour. Just hold on to the end. If you need to exit at any point, feel free to utilize the doors to your left, right here, or up the stairs to the back. If you need the bathroom, you can find them also at the top of the stairs behind the auditorium. Please do keep socially distanced. We know we love each other, but we also, because we love each other, we want to keep each other safe. So do keep that COVID safety distance. And if we can assist you in any other way to make the experience even more enjoyable, whether it's the sound or the direction or anything, please do communicate that because it's so important to us that you enjoy this day. Finally, because we're doing a hybrid event, online and in person, we would like to introduce Chloe over here, who is host for the online session, as well as our personal IT specialist. So we're really grateful to have her. For questions throughout the day, both online and in person, we will utilize a platform called Mentimeter. Basically, you're going to see a QR code. You're going to scan that with your smartphone, and then it's going to ask you for a code. We'll tell you more about it later. Don't let it intimidate you. It's actually going to make it a more inclusive, more COVID safe, and more fair participation environment so that everyone is really involved in this day today. So we'll have the opportunity to practice, and now I'll turn it back over to Ellen.
Thank you. And for now, we're excited to introduce you to our guest speaker, Dr. Emmy Leslie, founder and executive director of the Center on Peace and Conflict Studies, who is joining us by Zoom from Cambodia.
Hi. Let me say sound check. Yes, can you hear me? I'll wait for the go sign. No, I'm not muted. Let me keep speaking to see if you can hear me. Good to go? I can't hear anything at your end, so I'm going to go ahead and somebody will come and wave to me frantically if I need to stop. A big warm good morning from Cambodia. I know you're on the afternoon almost there. I also want to start by acknowledging the custodians of the country that we're meeting together on today and all of the energy and story and history that they bring into our circle. The ancestors of all of the countries of Australia bring us so much wisdom, and I also want to acknowledge the need for an ongoing restorative justice process in our country. I didn't get to hear my introduction, but maybe what you don't know about me is that I grew up in Bathurst in New South Wales in Wiradjuri country. And as a young person, at the age of 7 or 8, I remember very clearly watching starving Kampucheans, we used to call them, coming across the television screen and wondering what that was about. And my mum saying to me, you know, turn that off and sit up and eat your dinner. And the emotion and the anomaly that created in me, I'm sure, was the beginning of my peace building journey. And in school, learning about Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Vietnam War and so many of the other tragedies and atrocities that we've seen around the world over the past decades. Emotion made me very passionate. And emotion is so much what drives our work as peace builders. It's what makes us get up in the morning. It's our sense of anger at the right and wrong. It's when we see pictures of what's happening in Myanmar this week. It's when we know that people in North Korea are isolated from us because of the geopolitics and this crazy line that separates them from their Korean families. So it's emotion that brings us into this work. And I'm so pleased to see the fellows of group 18 and 19 coming in, and that the journey of Rotary and UQ continues in formulating and building peace builders into this field. But emotion is not enough. And I know part of your reflection and your journey today is to think about that emotion. And over the decades now of working in mediation and conflict transformation, I think we're starting to understand that if we stay in the space of emotionality or emotional feeling, that we actually are not the most effective peace builders. And actually our role is to think carefully about who are we in this work. I was born in Australia, I have this identity, I have this authentic voice. But to move from that space into one of emotional intelligence. And the reason we have master's programs in peace and conflict studies is precisely to help us move into that space. Because if we're just emotional about our work, then we don't actually bring in the analytical, critical that we need in order to analyze it. So something that we talk a lot now in conflict transformation about is the difference between subjectivity and objectivity. I'm sure you're all familiar with the phrase walk in each other's shoes. That's partly an emotional process, but it's also about saying our job as peace builders is to try and think like those people perpetuating violence. Try to think about those military mindsets. Try to think in the way of those who are angry and have taken up arms. Because when we think like them, we can start to try and find a way to unlock conflict. And I think fundamentally, that's our role. We're also in a very unique moment in the story and the journey of peace building and mediation, because we've had decades of big man mediators flying in from the UN, envoys and so on, coming to fix the problems of other people. And we've also had decades of multi-track diplomacy where many of us in civil society have been trying to beg our way into those sacred, secret peace talks rooms. But what we've come to understand in complex conflicts like Syria or Myanmar or Yemen and so many other places, that it's actually like those of you graduating from UQ and Rotary programs around the world that have a very critical role to play in the web of mediation that's needed to shift and to change a conflict. And so we've been talking about this in terms of being in the middle by being at the edge, or a web of mediation, mediatable moments, milestones along a journey of conflict transformation. These kinds of terminologies require us to step into a space of collaboration, of working together, of being in a more team-like linear model than these vertical models that we've had from the past. And so I think this is a very unique moment to take all of that motion you have about wanting to change the world, but driving it in a very professional, critical, analytical, but collaborative way. At the Centre for Peace and Conflict Studies, one of the things that we feel very strongly about is that all peace work should be done from a place of values or principles. And it's those values and principles that tell us how we manage that emotion that we bring into the space. I'll give you an example in that at CPCS, we hold 5 values. The first is excellence, which is always to try and show up in our best state, to bring our cheerfulness, but equally our tools, our skills, our capacities, and to really apply them into a conflict situation. Excellence for us is a challenge to us. It's not about being perfect, but it is about making sure that we give those who are living every day in violent conflict the best chance at finding a pathway to peace. Our second value is about being courageous. And for us, courageous doesn't mean running into the line of fire and trying to be heroes. It's about actually being courageous enough to step into places of leadership, to challenge ourselves to think out of the box, to try new ideas, to work with people that we may not ordinarily feel comfortable to work with. And that's courageousness. Grounded is our third value, and to be grounded in a conflict is not just to serve the people that live in communities. Sometimes we call them the grassroots. I'm not sure what that is anymore. But it is about being grounded in a good, strong political, analytical analysis of what's happening. And by that, I don't mean lots and lots of research papers, although they are important. But it's also about listening deeply to people who live in conflict, but also those who perpetuate conflict. This is why peace building is not a field or a career or a life journey that's easy. This is something where you will be challenged to think beyond yourself and to have to listen to people that you feel uncomfortable about. Our fourth value is trust. And trust is something that we throw around very lightly in peace building chatter. It's something that's actually very painful and very difficult and does touch on our emotions. It's also for us about being trustworthy. And all of you graduating need to think about, what is your trustworthiness? You've been given an enormous privilege to study, to reflect, to think and to learn. And how can then people who are in conflict trust you? This is not about us fostering trust or fake trust into a peace process or peace talks. It's about us being authentic and trustworthy so that conflict parties can feel some sense that there are real, genuine efforts to be alongside of them. And last but not least, ongoing and continued learning. So none of us have the answer to how to end this terrible, violent conflicts that we have going on around our planet. And we have been working intensively this last 6 weeks on the situation in Myanmar. And between us, there are days where I feel completely lost as to how we're going to address this. And other days where I can see people moving and working together and mobilizing. And we need to learn and reflect on that and think about, how do we make that more? How do we show up for that more? So your journey of Rotary studies doesn't end here. It's lifelong. The other reason we talk about ongoing learning is because it keeps us humble. And this is a field where people will praise you for your humanitarian effort and how incredibly brave you are for the work that you do. But actually, none of us get to take that credit, because it's really those who strive peace from a place of conflict, who've grown up in violence, but find the way to change their heart and mindset and to move into a place of peace. And I'm sure you've all studied moral imagination and the importance of the soul that you bring to that work, but that's also the soul which sustains you in what will be a challenging journey, no doubt. So I want to take a moment to shout out to some of my favorite Rotary Fellows, of course, Ling Nong, who's already been mentioned today, but Miku, because I know that each and every one of you, like them, have come from places which live in dire conflict. I want to include Australia in that. In Australia today, we still live in a space of denial about the very deep structural violence that we continue to commit against the original inhabitants of our land. So all of us have much work to do. Bring your emotion, but move it into a space of emotional intelligence. Think about the values and principles that guide your work. You may pick some of ours, you may find your own. And then drive your work into the decades to come. Many people say peace takes a long time to build. It does, but equally, we really don't have time to wait. And the time is now for us to really pull together the resources and the extraordinary leadership that we have amongst us to apply to our places of conflict. Thank you for the privilege to speak to you. Thank you for connecting Australia, Cambodia, the region, and the world. Thank you for showing up and for being who you are. Thank you so much. And
I'd like to give a thanks to Emma for a really inspiring speech. Now we're going to take a few questions, probably 3 questions from the audience. How we'll do it is if you could shout your question or raise your hands, I'll choose someone from the audience, shout your question, and then I'll say that into the camera for Emma to be able to hear. I hope that sounds good. Okay, so any questions for Emma?
And if you shout loudly enough, I'll hear you in Cambodia.
My name is Rachel Becken, and I have a question. I really loved the point about emotional intelligence. So I wondered if she could give an example just about what emotional intelligence looks like in a peace building context.
Okay, so there's a question from the audience from one of the Peace Fellows of Class 18, Rachel, and that question is, what does emotional intelligence look like in a peace building context?
Thank you, Rachel. And I think it's important to think about this. Very often we think about peace talks as a very high level diplomatic thing. And I've had the privilege of being in 3 or 4 different peace talks rooms, especially in the Philippines and Myanmar. And what I notice is that actually what unlocks a room when you're mediating or facilitating is the capacity to try and read and intuit those that are in the space. Is that person in a space that's ready to negotiate? Is this group of people ready to try and think through these issues? Have we created a conducive environment that focuses on the problem and not on each other? And so emotional intelligence for me is not about crying and venting of the anger. It is about a capacity to help move with people and accompany people. It's about being able to know, when is this about a political point? And when is this about somebody's deep frustration, and being able to navigate those things? And I think that's something you develop over time, but it's also something that you do by carrying analysis and critical analytical thinking and that heartfelt emotion for humanity that you will hold. And I think that's what you're trying to build all of the time in your capacity and in your nuancing of your mediation and facilitation skills.
More about what's happening in your area, how you combat the desire to create empathy with these people you're negotiating with, but still maintain your own perspective.
So Emma, I don't know if you heard that, but how do you maintain your own
Empathy.
while in these negotiation processes?
Yeah. I think that's why being grounded in analysis is really important, because in some ways, and why it's important to work in a team, because what we've had in the past is somebody who comes in and tries to own the mediation, control the process, work towards an agreement. And that's not to say it hasn't been bad and it hasn't worked. But I do think we're moving into a space now where we need to hear voices of young people, we need to hear voices of women, but we equally need to hear voices of those that carry guns, and why do they do that? We need to understand what is the geopolitical dimension of a conflict. So empathy is the reason we do the work. This is why we show up. We care about humanity. We don't want violence in the world that we live in. But actually, to solve that, we're going to have to delve into the economic perspective on this. We're going to have to look at the political dimension. We're going to have to work at who's behind who. And so again, holding empathy is, I can get into the mindset of this person and try and understand why they're doing what they do. And then if we can change that why, then we can change the dynamics of conflict. And so what I'm sure you've all studied is the web of conflict that we now experience, or the system of conflict. And so we know that it's not anymore about party A and party B and putting them together and hoping that they trust each other and find some way to peace, because we assume everybody wants peace. But peace doesn't always serve everybody, and many people benefit from the cycle of violence and the wars that we live in. So you hold on to who you are, you hold on to what drives you, but in the work that you do, you are going to be pushed and pressed to try and think about the other and why did they do that and what is that about? So as I said, stay grounded in the reality, what it's about. Hold on to your courageousness to try new things. Never forget who you are and where you've come from. Don't edit yourself, show up, be empathetic, but also be analytical, critical.
Hi, my name is Barry Clark. My wife and I have been as volunteers on 2 of the programs for Sustainable Cambodia, the Rotary program. I'm sure you're very familiar with that. I was interested to read in your bio in the program here that you launched the Cambodia Peace Museum. Could you just tell us a bit about what that is and what the target audience is for a peace museum?
Okay, so a question from the audience is, could you explain, speak more about the Cambodia Museum for Peace and who the target audience for that is?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to share that story with you. That's a vision that is about talking about the next generation of Cambodians. Most of you, when you think about Cambodia, either think of Angkor Wat and the tourism you've done in beautiful Cambodia, or you think about the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot, as I mentioned earlier. And what we realized is 70% of Cambodia's population is under 30. And the story that they're told about their past is one of genocide and civil war and terrible violence that's happened to their parents. And of course, we don't want them to hide that part of their history, but there is also an extraordinary story about Cambodia, the story of how ASEAN and the international community, including Australia, came together to help make a peace agreement. That how that peace agreement ended that 40 years of violence, how then for the next 25 years, Cambodia rebuilt their country, how monks led the way in reconciliation and healing. And so these stories, we have to tell the next generation, as well as the stories about violence and conflict. Because if you come from a place of only knowing the negative things, then after a while, you end up with a very negative nationalism. And so in peace museums, what we're trying to do is help build a sense of positive pride, something that we can say, yes, this is something I was a part of, my parents contributed to, and I want to carry forward. And so in our peace museum, we have not only exhibits about how Cambodians came home from refugee camps, how they rebuilt their religion, Buddhism, which had been wiped out, but also about how Cambodia today is sending thousands of peacekeepers to other parts of the world, to Congo, to Sudan, to Cyprus, to do demining, medical teams, and so on. And so it's also to say that Cambodia is not just a country that we should pity or that we should feel sorry for, but that Cambodia is a country on the international stage that's taking its part, that's making its own contribution. And so all of you will hear about Cambodian politics and the challenges we still face. That's also still there. But equally, there's a generation of young people who are part of the international community, who feel proud to be Khmer. And we should nurture that in a positive nationalism, not one that leads us back down the path to war. And so in a way, we think of the museum as an intervention. We think of it as a space, obviously, for tourists to come and learn good things about Cambodia, but equally and mostly for young people to be able to know their history and that part of their history, which we often don't tell them because we think it's very important to talk about the war, but not necessarily about the peace. Thank you for the question and for the free advertising. Please come visit us as soon as you all can.
To this moment, invite Professor Catherine Gelber, Head of the School of Political Science and International Studies here at UQ, to the podium to give a vote of thanks. You can welcome Professor Catherine Gelber.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent address, and it first falls to me to again ask you please to thank the speaker, Dr. Emma Leslie, for her wonderful insights. I was particularly struck by her recommendation that we listen to the perpetrators. That's obviously a very challenging challenging component of peace building work. It's a very challenging component of the work that I do. My own research expertise is on freedom of speech and the regulation of harmful speech. And we've seen the mobilisation of harmful speech all around the world, including in advanced democracies where hate speech has been mobilised to justify some really very extraordinarily violent acts. And the idea that we need to get into the minds somehow of the people who think that those kinds of discourses are okay is vitally important, deeply challenging, but also vitally important if we're to make any strides in combating those kinds of actions and the consequences to which they lead. I'd also like to take this opportunity to reiterate what Morgan said about how delighted and indeed honoured the School of Political Science and International Studies is to host the Rotary Peace Fellows and to host the Rotary Peace Centre. We've been doing this for a very long time, and I'm continually struck each year at these events by the quality of the fellows, the quality of the work that's been undertaken, the extraordinary generosity of Rotary International and the hosts in helping to take care of everybody who's involved in the program, and I couldn't be more proud or pleased that we're involved. I look forward very much to the organisation of some 20th anniversary activities in due course when that becomes due. So thank you very much for attending. It's very pleased to have you here, and thank you again to Dr. Emma Leslie.
Okay, now it's time to include you and participate in the emotion reflection activity. So phones at the ready, and I invite Rachel and Ellie back to the podium to run this exercise.
Hello again, everyone, and thank you so much, Emma, truly for that inspirational presentation. Considering everything Emma shared about the importance of emotions and developing our emotional intelligence, and also before we begin sharing our presentations, we want to invite you to participate in the practice of embracing emotions yourself. So think to yourself right now, right where you're seated, what feelings are you experiencing in this moment? What feelings are you experiencing in this moment? We're going to invite you to share your response via the QR code here. It is anonymous, so whatever you're feeling, we accept it. And it gives us a chance to practice Mentimeter, which we're going to be utilizing for audience questions for the rest of the day. So scan the code.
So I see you all on your phones already. So I guess you already scan the code. If you cannot see it properly, you could do zoom on your camera. And if not as well, in your booklet in page 18, you have it in front of you. And when you scan it, it will ask you a number. And the number is 89 86 08 66.
So the top right of the screen.
So 89 86 08 66. So we're going to do a little exercise to start the day. Since the theme is emotions, the app will ask you how are you feeling today. And as Rachel was mentioning, please try to think how you're feeling right now. Do you need the number again? 89 86 08 66.
And if you need any assistance, you can raise your hand and a volunteer will come and give you a quick hand to get you set up. Now you'll see a prompt to enter a word. So you can type what you're feeling in this moment. So now watch how the demographic changes. The words in the middle and that are the largest are the most common among the audience members.
Well, we have many interesting things going on with it. Inspire, excitement, tiresome. But we will try to do this a very good way. Hopeful, relaxed, happy, proud.
Okay.
So as you can see, it's inevitable for us, like, to always have a feeling related in whatever we do. And we want to thank you for sharing, like, your feelings at the outset today. And we invite you to keep this in mind, whatever you are experiencing, and allow them to connect you with our cohort and the content of our presentations as we share our feelings throughout the day. We will have a chance to consider our feelings again at the end of the day, so in the meantime, enjoy.
Sorry about that. Okay, so now it's time for the first presentations of the day. With Group 1, with Peace Fellows Rachel Buchan, Lynn Nong, and Ramanathan Turaraju, who will reflect on their AFEs, and speak on their theme of positive peace. Now, in the spirit of connecting with Rotary alumni for this event, it's also a pleasure for me to invite Katie Crockett, UQ Rotary alumni from Class 10, who will moderate the panel discussion that will follow Group 1's presentations. Katie is currently a nationally accredited mediator, conflict coach, facilitator, and victim offender mediator here in Brisbane with the Queensland Department of Justice and Attorney General. You can read more about her bio in the booklets that you have with you. As we started the day, and as we've just done, we'll be using Mentimeter to gather questions, and our moderator, Katie, will kick us off with some questions, discussion for the panel afterwards. So while the discussion is happening, please be submitting your questions via the Mentimeter code. If you have any trouble with the app, volunteers on either side of the aisles will help you. But without further ado, let me welcome Group 1, Katie.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here and to be assisting with the panel on positive peace. As mentioned, my name is Katie Crockett, a Legacy Peace Fellow from Class 10. Wow. I'd like to introduce the main event. We're looking forward to hearing from our Peace Fellows and the work that they've done on their field experience. So I will hand over to first. I'll hand over to Rachel to get us started, and we'll have some time for question and answer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think we've made it to the afternoon, so good afternoon. And as we begin presenting, we do invite you to submit questions via Mentimeter. If they come up, you don't have to wait to the end. So without further ado, my name is Rachel Buchan, you may have heard. I'm from the United States, and I want to truly thank each and every one of you for joining us here today. I also have the privilege to thank our online audience for joining, including and especially my parents, my family and friends who are joining from the United States. It's a pleasure to be here with you. So, Today, my colleagues and I are sharing a little bit about our work on positive peace, this panel. Positive peace is not only the absence of conflict, a concept we call negative peace, but it's the presence of an environment that supports human flourishing. Think of good governance, healthy ecosystems, strong economics, and public health, for example. So first, I'm going to share about my thoughts on this topic, positive peace, and its connection to saviorism. Then I'm going to talk a little about my own background, my applied field experience, or my AFE, you'll hear it called, and where I expect to go after graduation. So positive peace. There's no doubt that communities around the world need strengthening in developing positive peace, including my own country, the United States. Otherwise, I don't think Rotary would have funded us for this scholarship. We need peace. However, as we talk about positive peace, I think it's important to remember that these are not new concepts that we're teaching to others. The Declaration of Human Rights, for example, was published in 1948, but the values of protecting human dignity existed in societies all over the world prior to that moment, even if it looks different than Western countries. The reason I think it's important to remember that is to protect ourselves from a sense of saviorism, or the idea that we as developed nations are saving uncivilized countries from hurting themselves or hurting us. The reality is we're all working toward positive peace in our own communities, whether we're in the United States, Australia, Syria, or the Pacific Islands. Just like Emma reminded us, there's conflict happening all around us. We don't have to focus out there. Fragile states or states in conflict may have unique challenges, but they're also communities and people much like ourselves, people with tremendous resilience and values within their own communities who are living meaningful lives, even as they face challenges every day. The reason I share this is because it's one of the main things I learned in this fellowship. My classes and my colleagues taught me that the danger of saviorism is it negates this humanity of the people in conflict-affected countries. Saviorism and even promoting good governance from outside can suggest that we developed countries know better, or that our own history isn't littered with First Nation casualties. It forgets that the struggles of conflict-affected countries are sometimes intertwined with the interests of powerful states, or that it might be due to forcing communities to interact in an international nation-state system that doesn't fit with their culture. It also forgets that we have no right to make choices on behalf of other communities and that long-term solutions must be locally driven. So I share all of this because it's personal to me. Saviorism is how I got started in peace building, if I'm honest. That white girl to the left of the photo, that's me. Which brings me to my own background. I was born in Alabama, in the south of the United States. It is the most wonderful place in the world to me. It's home to my wonderful family, who raised me with love and faith and joy, and has the best barbecue and Southern style biscuits in the world. Those right there, those are biscuits. They are not scones. Alabama is also a very religious place, and I grew up seeing pictures of suffering brown and Black children around the world to motivate me to give money or travel on mission trips. And it was always from a place of good intentions. But I did begin traveling on service trips in high school and throughout college, always motivated, truly deep down, to basically save less fortunate people. However, as I began forming genuine relationships with people in other countries, I realized I didn't know better than them how to fix their communities. I also grew more convinced of the interconnection between my own country and my own community and the problems they were experiencing. I couldn't solve their problems, but I could devote my career to working to understand how my own community was facilitating suffering in the world and to develop a skill set to try to alleviate some of that suffering. This passion developed into a peace-building career after college when I was teaching English to Syrian refugees through the Fulbright program in Turkey. I founded the first peace-building student club at my university, where I saw the power of dialogue to create friendships between people with deep histories of conflict. And when I finished, my students had taught me that if I care about people's suffering, I better care a lot about government, because government has the power to either help protect people or really, really hurt them. So after Turkey, I moved to Washington, D.C., where I worked for 4 years to learn about good governance. I worked for human rights organizations and Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. I interned with the U.S. Congress and for President Obama's office, where I continued to learn about the impact that government can have on everyday people. And after working in DC for 4 years, I knew I needed a master's degree to better serve people through peace building, and I knew I needed a network. I needed a network of people who valued service above self. Of course, Rotary was the right fit. So I find myself in a challenging place after this fellowship because I've learned the dangers of saviorism and powerful countries dictating the development of other countries, including good governance. Yet I remain passionate about good governance because I know it can hurt people or it can help people. Which leads me to the conviction that a solution might be facilitating local voices, amplifying everyday voices in the policymaking process, rather than powerful people top-down dictating the policy that's going to govern people's lives. What would it look like for the people who are having to live the policy to actually have a voice in creating it? So for my AFE, I focused on that question. I interned with the Center for Policy Futures at the University of Queensland. The center connects government policymakers with the research produced at the University of Queensland. My particular project was working on development in the Pacific Islands with the Pacific community. And the Pacific community is also called SPC. It's a multilateral organization that there's technical experts working on issues in the Pacific Islands. It represents 26 member nations. We conducted strategic foresight, which is a fancy word to say we were identifying the forces driving change in the Pacific over the next 10 years. We used that data to inform their 10-year strategic plan in the Pacific community so that good governance can prepare for disruptions like declining ecosystem health, climate change, social change, technology change, and geopolitics that are on such a rise today. What I loved about the internship is that I was working with a group of phenomenal people who are truly passionate for the flourishing of Pacific peoples. If I had the chance to do the project again and do it from the outset, I would volunteer more ideas to incorporate non-elite, non-technical voices in our data process. However, I was excited because the data that we were analyzing came from Pacific peoples themselves, so it felt like a step toward local solutions. So what am I going to do after graduation? You might be asking, and if you are, I am too. I want to continue working in public service with the aim to amplify local voices in the policymaking process. There's a lot of work to do back home for me. So I can see myself going to Washington, D.C., or even working at the state level in Alabama. However, we said we were going to share authentically, right? And me, Rachel Buchan, needs to connect with my loved ones who have been deeply affected by the pandemic. So for me, it's a part of integrating my emotions and my identity with my work in peace building. So my first step is to reconnect with them, and then I'll see what path emerges to continue facilitating peace building wherever I am. And finally, I want to say thank you. I'm very, very grateful for the education that Rotary has afforded each of us, because each of you believes in us. I'm even more grateful for the relationships with local Rotarians who have had care for us in the day-to-day and who support us no matter what is happening in life. You are each truly such special people, and I'm very grateful to know you. So thank you so much for lending your ear and hearing our stories, and now I'll invite Lynn Nong to come up and share her story.
Thank you, Rachel. It's such a pleasure for me to speak after the wonderful presentation from our class representative. Can everyone see me okay? I'm wearing the tallest heel in my collection, but that's yeah. Thank you, Rachel, for your wonderful presentation. Even though we come from very different backgrounds, I can see myself in your story so much. And I'm grateful to be your friend, the Rotary Peace Fellows. So hello everyone, my name is Lynn Nong, as you know, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. In my presentation, like Rachel, I will share with you my story of a Rotary Peace Fellow. But first, I will speak a little bit about my previous experience before the fellowship. So I took this photo in one of my business trips to Quảng Bình province, a province in central Vietnam, under the landmark project with the UNDP Vietnam, just before I came to Australia. Quảng Bình was damaged severely during the Vietnam War, and it's one of the most mine-contaminated provinces in Vietnam after the war. This little girl is the daughter of a mine accident survivor. They are Aram people, one of the latest ethnic minority groups found in Vietnam in 1956. I call her Bon Bon, but it's not her real name. About 10 years ago, when Bon Bon's father was doing field work, a hidden bomb exploded in their land and took one of his arms. He was fortunate enough to survive, but with only one arm and decreased health conditions, farm work was no more possible for him. We found Bon Bon's father's case from our survivors' data, and we wanted to provide him a prosthetic limb that may help him to do field work again, or at least part of it. Apparently, Bon Bon wasn't the direct beneficiary of our project at that time, but since I saw her, I couldn't forget the sadness and also the insecurity in her eyes. I can't stop thinking of the mine risk for children of her age in the Aram village. According to our survey, only 12% of boys and girls in Quảng Bình province know how to react to mine situation. They can be the next victim of the mine accident, and they can lose part of their body or even their life due to the limited knowledge about the deadly objects. The wars have gone away long ago in Vietnam, but the death and the suffering of people there still so visible. It is reported that more than 100,000 people have been killed or injured in Vietnam by the explosive remnant of war after 1975. I looked at Bon Bon's photo in my laptop screen the night that I came back from the business trip, and I was thinking, peace and security can just be the absence of war, violence, or conflict. But then I was struggling to define what is peace. I came to the University of Queensland with that question in mind, and I find myself so fortunate to encounter a lot of brilliant and genuine peace and conflict study scholars. It includes not only my wonderful professors, my mentor, my supervisor at UQ, but is also my fellow cohort and my colleagues from the Peace and Conflict Study program. I first learned about the positive peace in my peace building class and the negative positive peace definition by Natum, as you can see in the slide. I learned that ending war and building peace take more than stopping the active hostility, because peace means the absence of violence in all forms. Building peace is unfolding conflict in a constructive way, developing a stable and equitable social order, and establishing a fair and effective institution. Peace is linked with many other development outcomes, like GDP growth, ecological performance, well-being level, and civil resilience. This definition is applied for my country and so many other post-conflict countries. It means that no one could achieve peace. Peace isn't a one-time achievement. To build peace, we need the commitment and resources from the government, private sector, civil society, and everywhere. To maintain peace, we don't only need to fix the consequences of the war, but we also need to decrease any potential damage of it. Providing a prosthetic limb for unborn father isn't enough. We need an educational curriculum for children about how to cope with my situation. I feel so fortunate that I managed to go to Sydney in the middle of the pandemic for my AFE, or After Field experience. It was absolutely a highlight of my fellowship, even though it was cut short and I had to go back to Brisbane early. And in Sydney, I did my AFE as an internship with the Institute for Economics and Peace, or IEP. It was a privileged opportunity for me to work at IEP, given the organization's close relationship to Rotary International and its members. IEP is a global think tank headquartered in Sydney, founded in 2007 by Steve Gilliard, an Australian IT entrepreneur and philanthropist. IEP is dedicated to shifting the world's focus to peace as a positive, achievable, and tangible measure of human being and progress. At IEP, I work with partnership team led by a Rotary Peace Fellow graduated from Chulalongkorn program in Bangkok. Having a Rotary Peace Fellow as my IEP supervisor, I reckon that being Rotary Peace Fellow has become part of my life, my career, and Rotary Peace Fellow Network would follow and support me so much more in the future. Focus of my IEP was to conduct an impact assessment for IEP Highlight Program for IEP Ambassador. This is the country that engage in the program. This is a free online program that IEP has operated since 2016, which aims at training and educating a network of individuals about positive peace. And participated in this project, I feel so hopeful, witnessing a strong commitment to peace of people from all walks of life. And interestingly, my data shows that the Rotary Peace Fellows and Rotarians are the first and second largest group outlined in this program. The experience with IEP does not only improve my understanding about peace building practice, but also connect all areas of my previous experience into positive peace building. It helped me to reconfirm that if conflict and war disconnect people, building peace provided a platform to reconnecting and healing. So what I will do after the fellowship, these are some areas that I can see myself working on. And my geographical area of focus will be the Asia Pacific. It is so close to my heart. It is where I come from. The Asia Pacific has a long and turbulent history of war, conflict, and oppression. It has undergone a peaceful shift in recent decades. However, there remain a handful of active conflict here. Until last week, there are more than 70 people who were killed in Myanmar and widespread protests against the military authority. North Korea frequently threatened the use of nuclear weapons on its enemies. Disputes on South China Sea are getting more and more tension under the pressure of the pandemic. Post-war countries like my home country, Vietnam, still need hundreds of years and billions of US dollars to fix the war consequences. These are reasons that I want to commit to serve this region and want to contribute to the ongoing efforts of the peace builder here. Finally, I know that the fellowship is going to an end, but I believe that the friendship that I got from this journey will stay with me for good. I am so grateful to be with my Rotary Peace Fellow cohort during the pandemic and to be so supported by my Rotary counselors. And I think 2020 would have been a very quiet year for me if I did not enroll in this program. So thank you very much for your continued support. And thank you for being a significant part of my journey to peace. Thank you, everyone.
Very good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Very good. Very good to hear. All right. It's a great pleasure to be the last speaker. My wonderful cohort, Rachel and Lynn. I'm just privileged to be in this panel, sharing a positive space. Special thanks to all of you. Special thanks to all of you for setting aside time this weekend to be here to hear from us, the class 18, which is truly unique that none other class that you've seen before. A class that has put through the pandemic, we have overcame, and we continue to overcome a lot of anxieties, uncertainties, and a lot of challenges, and a lot of uncertainties that just got to come. Special thanks to also our family and friends, the wonderful mentors, Rotarians who supported this program, otherwise we won't be here sharing this stage. The wonderful professors, tutors, gurus who have shared your extensive knowledge with us for the past 2 semesters and continue to do so this semester. I'm Ramanathan Rajan. Instead of introducing myself with a regular slide, I thought I'd engage you, the audience, all right? So, fastest fingers first. Can someone just quickly guess where's this place to guess which the place that I call home? Singapore. Thank you. That's right. And that's the Gardens by the Bay, adjacent to the Marina Bay Sands, which is one of the biggest structures in the world. This is situated right at the heart of the city, known as the Marina Barrage, which highlights the country's commitment to water resilience and water security for the country. Second question, which region is the country actually from or part of? Anyone? Specifically? Hands up. Southeast Asia. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you mentioned that Southeast Asia. In the past 1 year that I've been here, I've been asked a couple of times, which part of China? So initially, I'll be like having this humble smile. No, it's actually Singapore. No, actually, where exactly are you from? Which part of China is it? So that's why your humble smile actually fades off, and all the more you should try continuing to explain to them, no, this is not good. All right. So today I'm going to be sharing with you my environmental journey that brought me to stand here speaking with you, the AFP journey, and also the future plans after my fellowship. As a young environmentalist, I was very passionate and concerned about creating environmental consciousness and awareness among the communities, particularly children and young people, because I always believed that we are the leaders of the future. It's always important to harness on this generation of people so that new mindset, new thoughts are being created. And along the way, I realized there are some more projects which works effectively, some projects don't sustain, and some projects have to be enforced in order to ensure that environmental initiatives are successful. And that brought me to further diversify my academic knowledge in order to be well equipped so that I can contribute to make Singapore further livable and a sustainable one. That brought me to Adelaide in 2009 to further my studies in environmental policy and management. And that's also the turning point when I met the first group of Rotarians, the Rotary from the Rotary Club of Adelaide. By coincidence, my interest for environmentalism and humanitarianism just diversified during the period. That's where, through meeting one of the Rotarian and Rotary directors from the Barton College, we established the Adelaide University Rotary Club. And I'm proud and humbled to announce that last year it was announced by Rotary International Record. It is the biggest Rotary Club in Zone 8. That includes Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and the Pacific Islands. That's 11 years. I'm really thankful for, and also Rotarians who've been there setting aside the time for group and mentoring. So after graduation from environmental policy management, I went back to Singapore to contribute to my country where I got the passion from. And that's when two important things struck out very clearly. First thing, the importance of formulating policies and implementing them. And secondly, how these policies actually created this moral distance between people and humanity and nature, wildlife. I felt that during the course of time that I was doing environmental projects in Singapore and in the region, there was a lot of anger, a lot of intolerance, impatience, a lot of hate speech that was going on. And that brings me to think about the Holocaust, which did not happen in some sort of a gas chamber. It started off with a hate speech over minority. Then I realized it defeats the purpose of having this long list of policies, initiatives, regulations, law, and so forth, but you don't get to the heart of the matter. You need to get the people to understand why it's important to be kind and gracious to themselves, why it's important to be kind to the nature, to the environment, so that you can build peaceful communities. But before that, you have to be at peace within yourself first. Then I realized, instead of working for an organization, I should start acting on it, and I started the organization called Environmental Peace, which basically means a marriage between environmental sustainability and using that as a building block for peace building in communities. This passage brought me to share at various platforms locally, regionally, and globally as a youth speaker and also as a professional fellow like today. One of which was the Young Southeast Asian Youth Leadership Initiative that brought me to work alongside with residents in the city of Boulder for conducting a gap analysis and resiliency framework planning after the 1-in-100-year flood incident. During the stakeholder consultations that I was doing with them, it just happens to be Rotarians. As always, you're always present everywhere, right? So one of them happened to be Rotarian and heard my journey that brought me to the city of Boulder and said, you know what, I think you should join us for the Rotary International Convention in Atlanta in 2017. And that was the turning point that brought me here. All right. So well, along the way in the convention, I met countless Rotarians. I think some of you would recognize, some of you maybe I would have met, but I didn't know you that well that time. And I had the pleasure of working with a lot of peace advocates, peace activists, environmentalists, sustainable development workers. For example, like the Arch Foundation family members, Dr. Benisky, which is daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King, and Erica over there from class 17 when we were working with the Commonwealth Peace Summit. After a lot of consideration, because one of the Rotarians who you can see over there, she's the president of the Rotary Club in the United Nations. She pulled me aside and said, you know what, we need someone in environmental field and also speaking about peace building. We wanted to consider applying for the Peace Fellowship. And I was deeply in contemplation because I had a lot of family responsibilities, a lot of things to consider. And I don't want to deprive some other peace fellow from that opportunity, right? After thinking through, I finally launched the application in 2018. And here I am, commencing my class in 2020 last year. In the past 3 months, I had a remarkable experience doing my AFE with Border Southeast Asia and the United Nations Habitat. One thing that struck between these two organizations is that they focus firstly on disaster preparedness in Southeast Asia, which is my area of interest in working. And secondly, they have extensive experience in creating urban resilience in conflict settings as well. That seems something quite interesting for me to focus on. Their work is also within the nexus of water and sanitation, which is under the umbrella of environmental issues, conflict, and development nexus. In Songklat's case, which is part of Thailand province, we were looking at water resources management and political governance. So my main three tasks during these 3 months of AFE was to conduct a desk review of the environmental, of the conflicts that was happening in Songkhla province. Secondly, to assess the risks of conflicts that was happening at subnational and internal level conflicts. And lastly, to conduct sectoral analysis of the municipal water and waste services providers. During this whole process, I realized there were a lot of other conflicts that was happening in Southeast Asian region, which was not reported in the mainstream media. And a lot of these issues were closely interconnected with environmental sustainability, conflict, and development nexus. Majority of them are also complicated by conflicts internal level between inter-elites, inter-community groups, and over sensitive issues like traditional territorial control over national identity, environmental issues, access to public services, utilities, water, and sanitation services. At this point, it is important to note that access to clean water and sanitation is a basic human right. When people, especially children and women, have access to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene, they lead a healthier and more successful life, building stable and peaceful communities. This was a typical day in my remote AFE in office. Okay, thanks to Rotarians who made this possible, because if not for the Rotary Peace Center, we would not be having this conducive environment to conduct all the research and work that we could do during the AFE. Most of the work was revolving around managing projects, timelines, coordinating and conducting meetings, trainings, conferences remotely, and so forth to better manage the task so that this will assist with our work towards identifying the different impacts of conflicts and how they were influencing and affecting water and waste management services in the affected communities. While conducting the stakeholder consultation questionnaires, I identified there were other types of conflicts, as I mentioned earlier, how they're closely connected within these three nexus, as mentioned with the topic that I wanted to share earlier, environmental sustainability, conflict, and development. And in fragile and conflict states like Songkhla province, the political governance is typically weak, and as a result, the ability to provide services to access water and sanitation is diminished. As a result, if communities don't have access to water and sanitation, with increasing demands from crises that are human-induced and nature-induced, with a lot of people being forced to take violent actions in competition for resources, you are indirectly exposing them to serious conflicts over competition for resources. If any of these nexuses, environmental sustainability, conflict, and development is impacted, it indirectly affects the other two nexuses. As mentioned by professors in the past semesters and also by Walter, the description of positive peace is the integration of humanity, human society. What is that? Basically, it's not just about prevention or ending direct violence. It is also about preventing structural and cultural violence. If we don't address them at the root of the cause, these unjust social structures and norms, they can escalate or rather trigger the access to direct violence. So is that all doom and gloom for Songkhla province? Of course not. With the presence of international institutions, aid agencies, there's a lot of opportunities to catalyze the transition from the conflict to building durable peace. How so? By building partnerships for development, you are actually enabling Songkhla province to stabilize economically and politically. And through that, you are creating an environment for integrating projects and services, not just in Songkhla province, but with the surrounding provinces, particularly Hat Yai, which is picking up for tourism industry. The last point, which I felt was very close to my heart, is that it co-creates platform to tap on technical support, knowledge building, capacity building and knowledge sharing at the community and grassroots level, because that is where the trusts need to be established between communities and within communities. So in overall, there's some three takeaways that I could take away from this whole AFE and this fellowship experience. I could just sum it up into 3 points. Firstly, fairness and justice are so hard and difficult to justify because, for some it's autonomy, for some others it's duress. Secondly, to be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think you're over there. Okay, these are the common terms that we heard at the conference just 2-3 weeks ago at the district conference. Throughout this COVID journey that we had last year, it just taught me to be more resilient and be prepared for anything, good or worse situations. And as simple as the situations that we were hampered from conducting our AFE fieldwork and how we adapted to doing it remotely. Challenging personalities, opinions, comments, different types of harsh words could be coming up along the way. But it is important to stay grounded and focus on why you embarked on this journey so that you can continue to design your own themes and areas of work around peace, conflict, and environment. That is how the initiatives that you can see over here, the Meals for Peace and Love, Meals for Peace and Love initiative came about, the Peace Wall, which is coming up outside the conference room, and the language cultural exchange came about. Lastly, a lot of these conflicts, whether is it indoor or in the war-torn societies, it is all revolving around power relations, power within, power over, power to. And the thing with power is that it's not static, it is always revolving, it is always changing, it is something like a fluid kind of situation. So a lot of these power relations are affected by and can be influenced by internal and external factors. And before I conclude, I'll just share with you what my plans are after this whole fellowship. Learning is a never-ending journey, and Rotary does indeed open doors to opportunities. So I personally look forward to continuing my work with EnviroPeace, my baby, in terms of new project models for positive peace building in the region and in other countries in the north and the south, where we already have started diversifying in our NGO to work in terms of conflicts, crises, and disaster relief management. Secondly, to mobilize our networks that's already been established, like the DIK project that we involved with Belen and her host counselors, just I think last month, in terms of the reprocessing reusable items so that we can send that to places that could extend the life cycle of products. And hopefully partnerships will develop. And lastly, looking back and at the same time moving forward, I might very likely pursue the dream that a lot of people, my mentors, my parents had wished for me, which is to step into public service, if you really want to implement a lot of issues involving environment. So before I leave this presentation, I just want to leave you with 3 points that are environmental sustainability and peace are intricately linked. Secondly, peace and sustainable development are outcomes from processes of globalization and socioeconomic development. And lastly, EnviroPeace begins with me and you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for those wonderful presentations about positive peace. We're now going to have some time for some questions for our panel. So I'll start us off, but we'll also have some questions from the audience. And there is a way to submit questions via YouTube here. There. So please feel free to submit your questions, and we will have time to speak to all of our panelists. So, reflecting on the theme of the conference, that we are here to think a little bit more about our emotions and connect with them, I want to start by asking all of our panelists, what emotions has the experience made you feel? We'll start with you.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Casey. I'm a very emotional person. I love feelings, so this is exciting for me. But working in development of the Pacific Islands during the AFE made me feel both, to be honest, fear of predicting these disruptions coming, whether it's climate change. Some of these islands may not even be above water in the very near future. What that could mean for communities and people that I've never met, and stories, and it was just, could be a very overwhelming process.
Is this helpful?
Yes. Great. Oh, the camera. Hey. So I think it caused fear to predict these changes coming in the Pacific Islands,
but it also created hope within me because I am passionate for good governance. And so if we're working with local Pacific peoples who are trying to prepare their communities for these disruptions, and we're able to predict that climate change might be coming or how it might affect local fisheries, being able to predict it now and prepare for it better allows communities to build resilience and be prepared when those changes come. Fear and a little hope.
Well, I think I apparently have a mixed up feeling, being different in a different position as someone who's going to graduate soon. I think I'm nervous and excited at the same time and see so much of work that we could do at the Rotary Peace Fellow. But during the time I worked with the Institute for Economics and Peace, I think it was a hopeful feeling for me, seeing the commitment of people to peace and seeing, so we have a project with the conflict in Ethiopia that I have to consult my fellow friend, Tesfaye, because that's where he comes from. I talked to him and shared with him that we have 1,600 people, young people in Ethiopia want to study about how to build peace. And we're going to organize a positive peace workshop for them. And seeing that number of young people in a conflict country want to learn how to build peace, I think that's a very hopeful feeling for me. And back to the story of the student, and nervous and excited. I think it's really a mixed feeling for me, and I think also for all of us in this school. How about you?
Thank you. I think I have a very fearful feeling, just like anyone else would have experienced it when COVID struck. So I want to bring everyone probably think of not just in conflict zones, but conflict within ourselves that was happening exactly at the same time about the last year. How you were uncertain about where this is going to lead to when we started getting all those horrendous news, the fatalities and everything. And that would hamper a lot of the humanitarian work that was going on in the field, which we were probably restricted to. But then, instead of thinking too far ahead, how are we going to be overcoming fears right at where we are? And how we can harness, and firstly, by doing, in order to harness, how can we accept that the fact that fear is real? It is something that we cannot deny, because if we don't accept it, we'll continue escalating to other complications. Secondly, how we can work together collectively within our cohort. That is the important part, in order for you to build the strength in numbers of overcoming such challenging situations. Thereafter, you can apply on how you can build a community that is strong, that is strong in overcoming any other challenges that could restrict or any other challenges that you could meet in terms of conflict resolution or conflict or crisis management. So at the end of the day, I think I felt the fear that everyone else felt. It was real, and I think it's important to acknowledge it so that you can then work towards overcoming it. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Are we ready? Oh, we have so many questions from the audience. We can start with the top left corner. Is there such a thing as a negative piece? Would anyone in the panel like to respond to that question? We might have heard some reference to some negative piece in some of the presentations. I think Lynn, particularly, you talked about the consequences of war and dealing with those in your previous work.
So I think I can kind of answer that question, but I think there's my professor here, and I'm afraid to say something that's not very appropriate. But I think the negative piece, we learned it from peace building class. It is there's a thing that as negative peace. It's basically the absence of violence and war. And I think let's keep it short, so keep it concise. Let's move on to the next question. So I can see the question that the challenges that the Vietnamese government is denying. Yes, there's challenges. First of all, is the budget, is the money, because it's very expensive program. So to put a bomb under the land is $3, but to resolve the consequences of it and to like clean it completely, it costs $100,000 US. So it's really expensive program, and it's estimated that we need $1 billion or more of US dollars to resolve all the bomb under land in Vietnam. And it's gonna take like hundreds of years to finish the process. So it's definitely challenges for that. And I think currently the UNDP Vietnam is working with the Ministry of Defense in Vietnam on that project. It's funded by the South Korea government, the COICAR agency, and it's a really important program. People think that the war is gone in Vietnam, but the consequences still there. That's why we face the problem of like funding and resources. Yeah, so I think the attitude.
So we might go over to Rachel, and there's a question up there that I also had. So in the top right corner, how do we positively challenge Southern U.S. Christian missions to grow beyond saviorism while celebrating the joy of mission work? And that was the question that I had about, you talked about yourself having these tendencies. What would you say to people who are affected by saviorism? How would you suggest they overcome that?
I'm going to say that's a great question and a challenging question. I'm also going to respond authentically that I think this is still very much a part of my life, and missions in particular is something I'm still working through. There's obviously ample example of missions done very, very badly. Colonialism is a great example of that. At the same time, I think that within my own story, starting in a missions environment that had genuine goodwill, that was originating out of a desire for the love and flourishing of people all around the world, actually was the journey toward opening my eyes and my mind to what it looks like to support an international community. So I think that it has a lot of problems, and I think it also, not just mission work, but any kind of international exposure has a lot of potential for good at the same time. And I think we have to acknowledge both sides of that to really grapple with these issues. So I think that would be what I would say if I could do it again. That picture of me was from when I was 17. I had just seen pictures of suffering children from India and the invitation to go, and I thought, oh yeah, that's what I should do. I didn't know their names. I didn't know their stories. I didn't know what might have put them in that situation. And so as U.S. Southern Christianity, many people I still love and are involved in this work. I think it's really on all of us to make sure that we understand the systems of power and even how our work in those systems could perpetuate problems. So I think I'll leave it there.
I just have a follow-up question for you about your last slide. So you mentioned being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Could you share some examples?
Okay. That's not too abstract, right? Let's come to within an indoor setting. In a COVID situation that we were all overcoming last year, there can be conversations which can be culturally sensitive, and that could be actually quite overwhelming for someone who's coming from a different culture. But at the same time, as some of the professors have always told us, Rama, you're not here to find solutions. You're here to think critically. I think I'm looking at Melissa, she's always asking, so Rama, are you finding a solution? There's no easy solution or a one solution fit all sort of different challenges that we face today. So when such insensitive or words of hate or speech is being shared around, it's important to take a step back and look at what could have been the factors that could have shaped this person to say such a thing. And your role is actually, I mean, now more than ever, is to build and facilitate dialogues for peace, not to further diversify or exacerbate hate or hate speech. Right? So that's something that I could say in terms of being comfortable in being uncomfortable. Of course, there's a long list, and I will be more than glad to share with whoever that asked a question after the panel. But I would like to touch on the two questions that was posed to me, one on the Ramsar, and the other one on the community piece. I think you got to scroll down a bit. Scroll down a bit. The question on the top left. Yeah, interested to hear about how you support local communities to contribute peacefully. Now, I'm just going to keep it very quick, simple, and short for that. I shared about Meals for Peace and Love initiative earlier over there on the screen. Now, that is something about not only reducing, it's actually a combination of environmental initiative and also about helping communities to help themselves, right? You know, it was about reducing food wastage, collecting from local groceries, supermarkets, and hypermarkets to deliver foods that could be, that could sustain a family for a week. So last week I was there, it was raining, you know, if you all know, remember last whole week it has been pouring. Rain or shine, we gather at West End to make sure we get crates of fruits, vegetables, perishable and non-perishable. People from all walks of life come down there to get food for their families. How does that help in building peace? You know, you may ask. It just helps to take one social issue off the shoulder so that they can be safe, the families can be safe, the children can go to the school, the parents can probably consider applying or going for jobs, decent jobs, and they can walk safely in the street. That is one simple thing that where you can build peace at the local community level. You know, with the borders closed, a lot of our NGO work for environmental peace was really obstructed. So we also went virtual by building Peaceful Me and You, where we got people all over the world to share with us what they did during the pandemic, how they brought themselves closer to colleagues, friends, bringing out the human element within you. You know, it defeats the purpose of speaking or building peace elsewhere when you can't build peace within yourself. Right? So that's one. Sorry to bombard. Second question on Ramsar. On the border, I think they're doing a pretty well job, very great job so far. A lot of young people are now sitting on the major groups for young children and stakeholders committees. If you follow the UN groups, they have been doing a lot of mobilization, a lot of speeches being delivered at UN groups, and they have been forming beautiful networks at global level and regional level. A lot of illegal trade activities that have been happening on illegal smuggling, trafficking of protected species of birds have been happening, and people are getting more and more aware of believing into science how the importance of wetlands play in terms of adapting to rising sea levels and climate change impacts. So I think it's doing a great job, and I think all of us have a role in it. Whenever you get to share the news, please continue passing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All of our panelists for enlightening us about how we can contribute to positive peace. I don't know about you guys, but my emotions after that panel are very buoyant. We've talked about some serious things, but I feel like there's positive way to go in the future. So thank you everyone for highlighting that for us. And I believe now it's time for lunch. So once again, if you join me to thank our panelists.
Thank you to the panelists of Group 1, Rachel, and Rama. So now, as Casey said, it's lunchtime, so you can come and eat with us. Lunch is accessible through the back of the auditorium in the dining room. To all our Zoom guests joining us, we'll take about 15 minutes. You can stay with us online or hang up and rejoin in about 50 minutes time. That would be great. Thank you everybody for your patience, and let's hang on. now. I hope you will enjoy lunch. Thanks for staying with us. It's more full, actually. I think people can't. You've obviously messaged all your friends and told them how good it's all going. So it's time for afternoon presentations now. We're going to continue with Peace Fellows presentations with group 2, which will be composed of Peace Fellows Maya Glassman, myself, Anthony Pemberton, and Tesfaye McConnell, reflecting on our daily experiences in managing the theme of diversity, conflict, and social cohesion. Again, it's a pleasure for me to introduce and invite another UQ Rotary alumni, Dr. Joseph Hongo from class 7, so even further back in class 10, who will moderate our panel discussion. Dr. Joseph Hongo is a conciliator at Queensland Human Rights Commission, a lecturer here at the Department of Political Science, and peacebuilding practitioner and Peace and Conflict Studies Institute Australia. Also working in roles, he also works in roles as a facilitator, mediator, and trainer. You can read more about him on the bio. As with the first panel, when we're having the panel discussions, please submit your questions via Mentimeter, and Joseph will start the panel discussion with a couple of questions for me, Maya, and Tesfaye. So I'd like to welcome Peace Fellows Maya and Tesfaye, and also Dr. Joseph Hongo.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, the challenge is that after lunch, sometimes we get taken over by forces beyond us. We request that please stay alert and stay awake. Class 7, I know in Peace Fellows time appears to be like last century or the century before, but only about 8 or 9 years ago. Joseph Hongo here. Wonderful team here, two scholars here on a very important theme. Diversity, conflict, and social cohesion. Again, if you look at those concepts on their own or you analyze them, you find that a lot of what we discuss and talk about in terms of peace building and conflict resolution revolve around who we are, how diverse we are, and how we can build a socially cohesive society. Now, I will not take away the good work they have done and share their experiences, so I want to start by inviting Maya to tell us about her every experience, which is wonderful. I wasn't able to get the full story, but you're going to get the full story in its entirety. And then we'll be followed by Anthony and then Tesfaye. Thank you, and Maya, over to you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maya, and I'm a Peace Fellow from Israel. And I want to use this occasion to deeply express my gratitude to all of you here for this incredible opportunity. So today I want to share with you some of my life journey, to reflect why I made the decision to dedicate my life for promoting peace and reconciliation. So I will start with my professional and personal background. Then I will discuss my AFP's experiences and compare them, and I will conclude with my future ambition. So, this is Haifa, my home city. It's a very beautiful city. It's a coastal city in the north of Israel. You can see it here in the red spot. And in the middle picture, you can see the Holiday of the Holidays, which is an annual festival we celebrate every December in Haifa. We celebrate the 3 most important religions in Israel. And this festival really reflects the coexistence character of Haifa, where Jews and Arabs live together. We eat in the same restaurants, we go to travel in the same parks. And this is why all of us Haifa residents were very sad and shocked when the terror attacks of the 90s began, amidst the Oslo Agreement's background. So the 90s were the years of my childhood that I experienced under a constant threat of terror attacks. Some of my classmates died on those attacks, and because most of these attacks happened on buses, I remember my fear as a child to go on buses, and once I did so, I remember my suspicions towards the passengers sitting around me. So the fears and pains that I experienced from those years are the main reason for my decision to do everything I can do to stop the bloodshed and try to promote peace between Israelis and Palestinians. And I think it is possible. And I also think that we don't have the privilege to just accept this horrible conflict reality as it is. Therefore, in recent years, I worked for promoting peace between Israelis and Palestinians. I worked in the Israeli parliament. I worked in Peace Now movement, which is the biggest peace movement in Israel for the two-state solution. And I was also a facilitator of binational dialogue groups. This work was very fulfilling, but I felt the need to acquire more knowledge about peace building. And this is how I got here. So now I want to share some of my AFE's experiences. So you know the pandemic brought a lot of challenges to our life, and it also brought some opportunities. It enabled me to do 2 AFEs because one of them was conducted remotely, the one with the PDSO. So ANTAR, Australians for Native Title and Reconciliation. I wanted to do this AFE because I wanted to get to know better the challenges and the complexities of First Nation people here in Australia. The other one, the PBSO, is the UN Peace Building Support Office. And I did that AFE because I wanted to get to know better the international peace building work. So these 2 AFEs correspond with 2 main approaches for peace building in peace building studies. The top-bottom peace building approach, which is conducted from international organizations that affects national governments and eventually affect the public, which is very hierarchical. It is disconnected from the field. And also bottom-up peace building approach. This is the second approach, which is conducted from grassroots movements and influence national government and eventually influence the international sphere, which is decentralized and much more local. So let's start with the PBSO. The PBSO is a support office of the PBC, which is the Peace Building Commission of the UN. It is in charge of the Secretary General Peace Building Fund, and it coordinates all of the UN peace building efforts, all of the UN joint ventures with other organizations. And as I mentioned, it does top-down peace building work, which means it is disconnected from the field, because international organizations cannot really grasp the daily hardships of people who live under conflicts. It's the United Nations, it's not the United People. So all of us, Megan, thank you for this. Great copyright. So all of us here, Peace Fellows, we learn about the local term in our peace building class. And the local term really stressed the importance of local ownership over peace process, because local ownership mobilizes local knowledge, local resource, local practices, and this is what makes peace sustainable for the longer term. The local term reflects a shift from the previous peace building approach, the liberal peace building approach, which is much more focused on state building, and it's conducted by a top-down peace building approach. As an Israeli, this approach is also familiar because the Oslo Accords that I mentioned before, one of the main reasons for their failures was the fact that they were conducted by a top-bottom peace building approach that didn't mobilize the broad public from both sides, the Palestinian side and the Israeli side. And as a child growing up in this conflict, I felt the harsh implications of the inefficiency of this approach. So now I want to talk with you a bit about ANTAR, Australians for Native Title and Reconciliation. So ANTAR does bottom-up peace building approach by engaging with indigenous communities to understand their most pressing needs and to bring public awareness to their needs by national campaigns and also by advocacy work with politicians. So through my work with ANTAR, I got the chance, the opportunity to get to know respected indigenous elders, and that is really one of the most, the biggest advantages of the bottom-up peace building approach, to get to know new people, to develop meaningful relationship with them. And now I want to share with you two projects that I conducted with ANTAR. I still volunteer in the organization. And the first project is the Truth Telling Project. Now, this project is an ongoing one, and it is open for the broad public. So I invite all of you guys to participate if you find it interesting. So the goal of the project is to reveal the indigenous history of Brisbane local areas, and also give presence to this history by naming public spaces such as parks and streets. I believe that once we get to know the history of the land we live on, we can proceed to a better future that includes reconciliation and sustainable peace. The other project that I conducted with ANTAR revolved sorry business. Sorry business is the indigenous term for mourning and all of the cultural practices that revolve that. These practices are very significant for the indigenous communities because they increase a sense of belonging and kinship, which eventually also increase the social cohesion of the community and resilience. So ANTAR embarked on this project because the organization got several requests for financial support about sorry business different financial needs, such as fees to go to funerals, transportation fees. So the elders I talked with about this project, they were very frustrated and they were very angry because the Australian authorities are not aware of the significance of these practices, these cultural practices for the indigenous communities. And this is the reason why they don't allocate enough public funds for conducting these practices adequately. So the cause of this problem, Emma actually mentioned that, our guest speaker, is structural violence that is conducted against the indigenous communities here, which is manifested in government policies that are not culturally sensitive. So the underrepresentation of indigenous in decision-making forms that decide about the allocation of public funds is the essence of structural violence. If a certain group, for example, is deprived from this political process, it's a clear example of how structural violence harms this group. So we talk about two different kinds of solutions for this problem. You can see it here: systematical solutions to bring indigenous voices to this political process by advocacy work with politicians, and also ad hoc solutions that address specific cases by cooperation with other organizations. For example, these days, ANTAR is in communication with the Rotary Club of Cleveland to do a cooperation regarding this issue. Working in both organizations made me realize that I am much more passionate about working in the field, about getting to know new people and develop meaningful relationship with them, rather than working in a big international organization where most of the daily work is sitting in front of the computer and formulating formal documents. You have to tell the truth, we are honest here, aren't we? So, in the future, I will probably work in grassroots movements, in local initiatives, because I am a strong believer of face-to-face direct communication to promote peace and reconciliation. The most efficient way to do peace is with people. It's to mobilize, it's to organize. It's a tedious work, but it is definitely worthwhile. Thank you. Now I want to introduce Anthony Pendleton, my good friend.
Thank you, Maya. Freedom of expression and towards social cohesion in the divided Lebanon. First, I'm going to speak a little bit about how I found myself here as a Rotary Peace Fellow. So I found my way here through international work, through the study of languages primarily. I studied Spanish and Arabic at university, dedicated a lot of travel to the Middle East, where I probably for the first time saw the effects and impacts of conflict. But after this experience and after I graduated, this led me to work with refugees in Egypt, where I dealt with a lot of resettlement cases for people seeking refuge in their third countries. But one thing that was constantly consistent in my mind with the people that sat in front of me was that something had gone wrong for them, that they were sitting there in front of me. I think this realization was the moment in which I thought I want to work in conflict, and this is something that I should dedicate myself to prevent people sitting in front of me in various situations where they're seeking escape from where they live. So after a couple of years work experience, I continued to work in the NGO sphere and with a focus on the Middle East, and actually became familiar with Rotary through a colleague of mine who had been a Rotary Peace Fellow at Duke at the time, Duke University in the US. And she encouraged me to apply, but I didn't have the experience at that time, so then I left it in the back of my mind and then eventually applied in 2018. In that period, I started working at a peace building organization that was doing, that was supporting the work of Syrians and Libyans. Among other things, we supported them in leading local negotiations to reduce violence between conflicting parties, delineating civilian spheres of action in the areas of education and livelihoods from military interventions, planning for mitigation of the impacts of violence, and also supporting dialogue and agreements for local development projects. Given my experience in the Middle East, I decided that I wanted to do my AFE in a Middle Eastern country, and this time in Lebanon, and with an organization called the Institute for War and Peace Reporting, and that won't be the first time that you hear of that institute today, because I also work there with one of my peace fellows. It's an organization that works to support promoting freedom of expression, strengthening accountability, and building inclusive societies. Though being based in Lebanon, they didn't have any projects there, so what they wanted to do was start a new project on freedom of expression in Lebanon to enhance the conditions for greater freedom of speech in the lead up to the 2022 elections. Now, for me, the responsibility of putting such a project together was great because it had the potential to affect a lot of different people's lives. And freedom of expression wasn't something that I had worked on before, so I was challenged in how I was going to approach proposing an intervention. And this presentation will reflect a little bit on that process and the lessons that I learned from my studies here at UQ. So when I began looking at that project, like many cases we've encountered here in our studies at UQ around relations of power, the context analysis that I did at the beginning of the project clearly highlighted repressive action of the Lebanese state, and the conditions there represented a state of domination of the state against civilians, because the power relations had been between citizens and state were fixed in such a way that citizens had no recourse for justice, because they faced intimidation and thousands of people have been targeted for their peaceful expression to the political and economic declining situation in the country. The power between state and citizen had ceased to be characteristic of its essential components of being changeable, reversible, unstable, and the quote I've used here is from one of the most eminent theorists of power, Michel Foucault, and I think really captures the state of affairs in Lebanon at the moment. So in my research, I was mindful of the fact that within the wider context of the government's structural forms of violence against the citizens, the significance of cross-generational and cross-divide resistance movements in Lebanon that have emerged over the past couple of years in response to the economic and political decline of the country were important. Campaigns like You Stink were calling out the repressive action of the government and the failure to provide services. So for me, in terms of the emotion that this represented, was a collective feeling, and it was a very deep emotion, and provided an important opportunity, which we've learned over the course of our studies. Opportunity is to be entrepreneurial and to seize moments like resistance movements are very important in galvanizing support for peace building, social cohesion, and collective action. So to engage in promoting freedom of expression. So I thought that that process needed to, the process of putting the project together and the action and intervention that was needed, needed to look at a freedom of speech project in a way that could also look towards the social relations and could inclusively galvanize Lebanon's diverse population. And societal resources as active agents around creating a more socially permissible environment for freedom of expression and advocating for its importance to fight corruption and to hopefully achieve a greater long-term change in terms of the social contract and mutual aspirations between citizen to citizen, but also state to citizen relationships. For me, the logic that to create a shared vision and definitions of freedom of expression to hopefully challenge institutional power was to focus on a society-centered approach. It would have been very easy for me to conceive a technically oriented project that solely engaged with independent journalists, supporting people to speak, again, which is important. But given the context of Lebanon, it's, and the legacy of conflicts in the country and the ethnic divides, the technical activities couldn't be the only solution to the problem. And a lesson that has been reinforced in our peace building and gender and conflict resolution and non-violence and development classes here in UQ, which I was keen to apply in my AFE, was that I needed to propose something that wasn't heavily focused on technocratic activities, but also looked at locally oriented engagement that supported more politically complex processes between people, to emphasize values and inclusion and process over predefined change or framework to mitigate harm and resistance to intervention. One of the things that we learn is that when we go in as peace builders or people that seek to intervene, sometimes there's resistance from the communities that are trying to seek because they feel as if we're telling them what to do. And I think that's lessons that have been iterated in some of my colleagues' presentations. So for me, taking my lessons forward from this experience, I think it really goes to the heart of what we do in development, peace building or social justice work, creating opportunities and forums for deliberation, for new narratives and possibilities to even out the power imbalances that exist between people in society. And I think that has to be the locus for transformative politics and transformation more generally. We have to look at the power dynamics. So Emma, our guest speaker, spoke about this morning, you know, power not between people who are trying to help, but also ourselves as interveners. You know, we go in with lots of resources. We need to see ourselves as not merely people that go in to try and help from an external point of view. We also become part of the context, part of the conflict when we go in, and we need to consider that power differential between us and the people we seek to help. These are some of the lessons that I'm going to take forward, I think, in my career beyond UQ. I think that I probably will pursue a career in the NGO sphere, continuing some of the work that I did before that I explained in peace and hopefully conflict transformation. I'm also interested in mediation in local conflict settings. And last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to Rotary for giving me this opportunity to pursue an education in peace and conflict studies, to my cohort, to the UQ staff, and to all of you for being here and listening, and guests on Zoom. Thank you. I'd like to welcome my colleague and friend,
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to share with you my Rotary leadership experience and a little bit about my professional background. I'm just from Ethiopia. Immediately after my graduation with Bachelor degree in Law in 2007, I began my career teaching law in law college. After 2 years, I became a legal advisor for a certain government office engaged in land administration. At this time, I got the chance to know about the functioning of the civil service in my local administration. From 2017 until 2020. That means until I came to Australia. I was chief law. Parallelly, I was also involved in various community service initiatives, research and capacity building programs in Ethiopia and in the whole of Africa. Under the Free Legal Aid Center of Deobra University, one of our permit universities, I organized several trainings for police officers, prison wardens, and civil servants engaged in women, children, and persons with disability affairs to improve their legal knowledge and concern for the protection and promotion of human rights. When I regularly visited prisons in my local administration, I learned that torture was widely used as a means of criminal investigation. And I also learned that all the persons locked up in the so-called prisons are not all criminals. This situation took my whole attention, and I developed a project to enhance the accessibility of justice to prisons and suspects who are under investigation, for which I received the 2014 Justice Makers Award for innovations that combat torture and protect individual due process rights, which was administered under the International Bridge to Justice. From my previous experience, I learned that most of the problems in my community, in my country, need extra legal understanding and approach. As a certain author said, people do not kill each other because of ethnic differences. They kill each other when these differences are promoted as a barrier to advancement and opportunity. I came to realize the factors behind social injustice, violations of human rights, and bad governance are related to diversity mismanagement and the inability to address past injustices. In the meantime, I came across the Rotary Peace Fellows opportunity when I was thinking to expand my field of study. So I immediately filled out the application form. But I still remember how I was troubled to get a Rotary district that might consider my application for endorsement. I reached out to more than 3 districts in my region through email, but I couldn't get any response from any of them with a positive or negative. So I immediately communicated to the Rotary. Then they nominated an alumni from the US to interview me and consider my application. That is why I'm the only peace fellow here in our cohort selected on the basis of an alumni endorsement. The unfortunate situation, the COVID-19 pandemic, even though it restricted our experiences, our engagements in various ways, it has also given us opportunities. And one of that is to do my FE into organizations. The first one is the one located in South Africa, the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. And the other one is the Holland Island Peace Institute, which is in Finland. These institutions work on the management of diversity-driven conflicts through research and advocacy in peacebuilding, conflict resolution, and accountability. So I selected these institutions for my AFE since they are working in the areas of my interest that I intend to expand my field of study. The Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation studies and disseminates information on how to normalize and transform post-conflict situations in Africa through transitional justice mechanisms. Whereas the Holland Island Peace Institute researches and promotes the use of autonomous territorial administrations to manage ethno-linguistic diversities within sovereign states. Both organizations are non-governmental, non-partisan, and non-profit. At the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, I was responsible to conduct a desk research on transitional justice experiences of South Africa, Rwanda, and Liberia. South Africa, Rwanda, and Liberia went through different forms of colonialism, apartheid, exclusionary systems, protests, war, and massive violations of human rights. I understood that because of these common past experiences, the transitional justice mechanisms implemented in these countries at different times have also common objectives and outcomes, such as to stop injustice, inequalities, and unfair relationship between different groups of people, to stop conflict and turmoil, and nation building, state building, and democratization. Rather, they give only little attention to rehabilitate and repatriate victims of past injustices and inequalities. For the Holland Island Peace Institute, I studied and wrote reports on how autonomous administration systems have been used as instruments to avoid conflict and manage diversity in Tanzania, Cameroon, Ethiopia, and Portugal. Tanzania is related with the main island residents and Zanzibaris. In Cameroon, between the Anglophone and Francophone regions. Ethiopia, between the ethno-linguistic communities. And Portugal, in respect to its islanders, Azores, and the mainland residents. These countries are the homes of historically, cultural, and politically divided societies. In these countries, relations between different societies are characterized by extreme sense of victimhood, hostility, tendency to retaliate, narcissism, and sectarianism on the one hand, and denial, chauvinism, and ultranationalism on the other hand. This makes the bridge between the different groups of the people. Of course, in different degrees, these situations varies from country to country. So in these countries, autonomous administrations to ethno-linguistic communities have been introduced in different forms and levels. But the success of managing the differences and avoiding conflict again varies from country to country. Doing my FE in these organizations, I believe, enables me to get valuable exposures to real cases. I consider my FE as a lab for my conflict resolution, peace building, and gender classes. I practice my conflict analysis skills, which I got from my conflict resolution class. I became familiar with the different models of peace building applied as part of the transitional justice processes. And also, I got the chance to know gender issues were addressed in the post-conflict situations. To the extent I have learned from my FA, I also believe that I have contributed to the work of the organizations. My solutions to the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation are to be published as online resources on the Center's Transitional Justice in Africa webpage. And at the Holland Island Peace Institute, all my country reports became part of the Institute's resources. In the future, I want to work in the areas of international law, human rights, and peace building, in particular in the African context. I have also the intention sooner or later to do my PhD. And lastly, I would like to thank Dag and Sue, my host counselors, and David and Mark for your hospitality, especially during my first weeks in Brisbane. I'm also grateful to Professor Muga and Diana for your friendly approach and making my fellowship smooth and I thank you all, the Rotarians, for making this fellowship possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Wow. What amazing presentation. Thank you once again for enlightening us a lot about the experience. It's now time for us to engage with these wonderful presenters. As you know, we have the system of engagement. You can start posting your questions. But before you overtake my speed here, I want to check the authority of Mike to engage them a bit as you post your question, then we'll come back to you. Maya, thank you so much for sharing with us the life experience and how it informed your dedication to peace, and for you showing your passion, demonstrating your passion in your work with ANTAL, and enlightening us a lot about what you may not have known in Australia. But I also wanted you to tell us more, enlighten us more. Okay. All right. Yes, sorry. Okay. No, not yet. Okay. Now, that's what happens when you are class 7 and good. I've been told to continue because help has arrived. Again, you talk about your work in ANTAR, especially a lot about that. But I wanted you to share more with us about your work with the peace building support office, and especially what you did there that time when you were as an intern. And a bit more, great, thank you. 2020 being an unusual year, was PBSO affected by pandemic, and what were its challenges?
Thank you. So I did a lot of different kind of tasks for the peace building support office. For example, I designed a survey that the peace building support office then distributed to the peace building commission members to understand their satisfaction level on the services that the support office provided. And then I had to analyze the results of this survey, and that was a mixed experience for me because I never designed and analyzed a survey. And regarding the COVID-19, one of my most challenging tasks with the support office, the peace building support office of the UN, was to summarize a joint meeting of the Peace Building Commission, the UN Peace Building Commission, together with ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Commission. And this meeting was about COVID-19 and how the different members, how the different countries address the challenges that the pandemic brought, especially on economic and social aspects, and also on peace building aspects. And it was a very fascinating and rich discussion and it was very clear from the discussion that the pandemic harms peace building, global peace building efforts. And mostly because it diverts the public attention and public funds from peace to COVID-19. So.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for that. Anthony, look, doing work on freedom of expression anywhere in the world is never easy. That's the fact. Doing work on freedom of expression anywhere is never easy. Doing it in Lebanon, designing a project on freedom of expression in 2020 must have been quite difficult. So I just want to share with us, what are some of the challenges or difficulties you face in designing a special project in Lebanon on diversity, social inclusion, and within all that, talking about conflict in Lebanon?
I think one of the most difficult or challenging aspects of doing that was getting the right balance of activities right, or getting the right balance of action to engage people in the project that was, people would have to participate in. On the one hand, some of the thinking that I went through was around how to bring people together inclusively to talk about defamation laws, defining those things, sort of trying to suggest activities that are really focused on dialogue to bring those people together. As I mentioned in my presentation, from the research that I've done, there was a moment in Lebanon that provided this opportunity between people across sectarian lines. So it was suggesting something that would sensitively bring people together in dialogue to talk about these definitions of freedom of expression. That was one aspect. And then another aspect for me was also technically supporting the journalists, or allowing them space to be able to report on the corruption that was happening in the country. So it was on that side of things as well, suggesting intervention in a way that was, in this project that I had to research, in a way that protected them. So on encrypted platforms that would protect what they were saying, but also the content of what they were reporting on as well. One of the aims that I tried to focus on in the project was looking at inclusivity. And you're never going to include everybody in a project. So one way I thought that could be very helpful was through citizen-led journalism, supporting citizen journalism to report on the political claims of the poor, for example, who were resisting, who were calling out the corruption in the resistance movements that I researched, by making their story visible through citizen journalism. So it was the most challenging thing, I think, was finding the right balance of activities to include in the project.
Oh, thanks a lot. Did I hear you say that you're going to go back to continue?
In the future, I probably will orient myself back to the Orient and the Middle East, probably.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'm not the question is good enough. I just have one more for Brother Tesfaye. Tesfaye, thanks a lot for your experience sharing about what we're going to be here, which I appreciate understand where you're coming from. You have the opportunity to share people to different places, but not because you had that grand opportunity, but because of COVID. For us, AFP meant applied field experience, which means you go to the field, but you were online. As a peace scholar, what are some of the limitations of doing AFP remotely or online?
Yeah, I think I could not get the organizational structure, the organizational system, the physical work environment also, and to get to know to the staff of the organizations. I didn't get the opportunity to be part of their day-to-day activities. I think apart from this, doing online internship or applied field experience is to be considered as a new model of managing unfortunate situations like the COVID-19 pandemic.
So what's the new normal?
I think it will be the normal.
Thanks for that. I can see a question of populated enough. Okay, I can see. Shall we start with the first one? Historical differences in historical collections. How can you facilitate dialogue between parties when each version of history differs? Who is going to check it? Maya, I'm not sure that's me.
I think the way I think about I think the way I think about social cohesion is that it's not an end in itself. It's not a place that you want to arrive at. So when you're trying to encourage people in dialogue to reflect on a really important issue that they need to define for themselves and unite around a shared vision around, you need to think about social cohesion as a process that's always changing with events and different attitudes. So I think if you engage people in a way where they can develop new ways of working with one another, more hard issues about different versions of history, I think can be managed a lot better when you improve the social relations between different citizens that stand at different area points in their minds, in history.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. Maya, we can't escape this because it's Maya 1, Maya 2, and possibly Maya 3. Let me start with Maya 1. Can we hear more about the Rotary Club of Cleveland and the answer project? Thank you.
So I would love to elaborate on this if somebody is interested to join us too later on, but I would just say shortly that we wanted to do the Truth Telling project from local communities upwards. So the Rotary Club of Cleveland is going to communicate with the local indigenous community, with elders over there, and to establish trust between both groups and start to get to know each other better. So in case one lady from the indigenous community of the Cleveland area will ever had some financial needs regarding sorry business, they would feel comfortable, the elders of the community, to contact the Rotary Club of Cleveland and to just try to find how they can reach this need and get the financial support they need. So this is the cooperation between ANTA and Cleveland Club of Rotary, but it's still an ongoing process. It's not finalized.
Thank you so much. But just about the introduction of local, but I think Tesfa, you can only comment on your work in especially international justice. How do we amplify the local voices in a top-down international system?
In any conflict situations, I think the bottom-up approach is a perfect way of addressing the problem. When it is a top-down approach, as it is, I think, Richard talked about the terrorism, I think, way of addressing problems. That is not the appropriate way. If it is a top-down approach, most of the time, they misunderstood the situations at the ground. They are far from the actors of the conflict, they are far from the dynamics, they are far from the context. So all, I may not say all, most of the top-down designs of addressing conflicts might be developed on the basis of misconception and misunderstanding. And I don't think that is an appropriate way of addressing some problems which is far from where the design is developed.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I think we have a few more minutes. Maya, a very important question for you. What are your thoughts on compensation and reconciliation in both the Australian and the Israeli-Palestinian context? How can this building move away from trumpeting or from perpetuating structural violence rather than working with these structures? I think more compensation versus reconciliation, especially in the case of Australia and Israel versus Palestine.
I think it's like 3 questions in one question.
But when you have such a wealth of students.
Well, unfortunately, I think still Australia and Israel are not in the next step of compensation trying to compensate with the financial support and stuff like that. We are even in Israel, we're not really in the reconciliation phase as well. And here I feel like there is a step towards reconciliation. If it's the Sorry Day, if it's slowly the native title, if it's slowly dialogue groups and the treaty process, which is very interesting what's going on in Victoria regarding this issue. But in Israel, unfortunately, we are very far away from this because talking about historical memory in one of the questions before, we have a huge gap in Israel about the history, about the legitimization of Israel as a state, about what happened in 48, about what happened in 67. And if both of our people will not realize that it cannot proceed anymore and this conflict has to end, I can't really see any path for reconciliation. So I really hope that both of our people will have the opportunity and chance to get big, inspiring leaders that will look forward to the future and understand that we have to say sorry, both people, and just look to the future and see how we can reconcile between us.
I know we have one more question, but time is not our best ally. So I want to request that we give it a pass. We can think about it and see how different ways we can interpret that last question. I want to thank you most sincerely for your insightful comments and insightful presentations. And really, we have, myself, I have learned a lot. And we'll continue talking to you in these sessions as you move towards finishing. Please join me in once again thanking Maya, Anthony, and Stefan, thank you so much. In case you have more questions, comments, and clarification, please we'll have a tea break, and you can continue the dialogue there. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm now signing off.
Yeah, thank you. So Joseph said we'll go for a tea break. Join us in the foyer.
Outrageous suppression. Just took that. Yeah, good. Yeah, because I tried to.
Now, the presentations of Group 3 will be Peace Fellows Megan McEwen Gleason, Molly Ferguson, Belen Har-Rochado, and Eli Torres. We'll be speaking about themes related to underrepresented groups in peace-building processes. Our final moderator will be Dr. Erica Rose Jeffrey, also Rotary alumni from UQ Class 10. Erica Rose is an international performer, choreographer, educator, and facilitator, and the current director at Peace and Conflict Studies Institute Australia. It's a pleasure to have her with us to moderate the panel discussion. Same rules apply for your questions at the end. Please submit them via Mentimeter while the discussion is happening, and Erica Rose will begin the discussion with our final Peace Fellows on the theme of underrepresented voices in peace building. Please come to the stage, underrepresented voices in peace building.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Good afternoon to everybody here in the room and to our virtual audience as well. I'm so honored to be here today with you all. My Rotary family, my Peace Fellow family, my Wantaks, in an idea of extending this bigger network of working for peace together. So really an inspiration to have a chance to connect with this class. And the idea of underrepresented voices in peace building, and the idea of how do we listen, elevate, and work together to hear those voices. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking. I'm going to turn it over to this fantastic last panel for today. And we're going to start today with Megan. So would you please welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And good morning and late night to the people that are listening in. Today, I'd like to talk to you about why I fell in love with peace and conflict studies, why I am passionate about working with youth. I also want to share a little bit about the objective and the outcome of my AFP project, and then talk a little bit about the next steps for me after the fellowship. Before I start, I want to thank all of the people that are behind these logos, all of the people working in Rotary International and Rotarians in Mexico and in Australia, the wonderful professors and staff and colleagues at UQ, also the great people working at the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect, Altian Burma, and the Middle Path Group. Your patience, your honest feedback, your guidance and your support has been invaluable for this fellowship experience. I also want to thank my housemates and my mom and my dad and my siblings for their love and support. So, as a child, I had a lot of questions about the state of affairs of the world. I wanted to know why I had more money and more food than my neighbor. I wanted to know why we kept cutting so many trees in the forest. I wanted to know why people can be so cruel. And I wanted to know how I can make the world a better place. I felt discomfort from adults when I asked these questions, and I never felt like I had concrete answers to them. I was drawn to study peace and conflict studies because of the civil war that broke out in Mexico in 2010. But I fell in love with this field because I realized that there were answers to those questions and that there are very tangible things that we can do to make the world a better place. So I came to UQ very excited to challenge and improve my practice of peace building with youth. And I've learned that youth are very, they're under theorized in peace and conflict studies. They don't appear in academic research that much. And when they do, they are painted as risks, as threats. They are painted as naive actors, or they are shown as the shiny future, the hope of the world without acknowledging the complex realities that they face. The world today has the largest generation of youth in history. Countries facing violent conflict, the majority of their population is youth. And to complicate matters even more, youth today face existential and unprecedented challenges. The reality is that building a more peaceful world is difficult and it's dangerous. It's also necessary. And regardless of these difficulties, youth are still out there trying to make the world a better place. How then can we support the work of these youth in their bravery? That is the question that drove my AFB project. With the supervision of the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect and ALTI in Burma, we set out to make a toolkit for youth who are working in atrocity prevention in Myanmar. This meant listening to youth in Myanmar, listening to their needs, to their fears, to their hopes. It also meant translating all of the theories and practices that I was learning at UQ into tangible and accessible formats. I illustrated and designed and wrote the toolkit. Most of the drawings that you see here are from the toolkit, which is out there next to the boards. You can go over and look at it after the presentation. The outcome was a toolkit called 4 Steps Closer to World Peace. The first step talks about our brains and how to stay wise under threat. It also has some tools on how to build resilience, how to do critical thinking, and also the dangers of idealizing and polarizing. The second step has to do with the local and complex literature in peace and conflict studies. It also talks about the diversity of crowds. It talks about nonviolent communication and also tools for facilitating collaboration. The third step deals with the both positive and negative aspects of conflict. It shows a realistic timeline of human life on this planet, and it also has a brief history of human kindness and collaboration. The fourth step is an invitation to action. It's encouragement to keep going despite very, very challenging circumstances. I wonder how many people in this slide can you recognize? How many war makers have we learned about in school, and how many peace builders can we name? Whether it's Audre Lorde encouraging us to take care of ourselves to be able to continue striving for a better world, or if it's Ray Parker Foley talking about the difference between power over and power with, or if it's the beautiful Amanda Gorman speaking at the inauguration in the US, encouraging us to be the hope, to be the light that the next generation needs and the world. I hope to be able to continue collaborating with people and organizations that want to make these histories and these tools and these people part of mainstream understandings of humanity. So for now, what we're doing is translating the toolkit into Burmese so that people in Myanmar, young people in Myanmar, can start using it as soon as possible. For the next 6 months, I'll be collaborating with them, listening to their input, what works, what doesn't, and transforming it. And we hope to publish it by June. And after that, we will see what happens. I just want to end on honoring all of the young people that have been on the streets in Myanmar. Thank you. Sorry. They are just so brave and so smart and just so lively. I feel so thankful to have been able to collaborate with them. And please be aware of what's happening in Myanmar. Stay informed. Just I want to honor all the people that are still on the streets fighting. Thank you.
That's a tough one to follow. But thank you, Megan, for reminding us all of that conflict. We have a classmate here who is from Myanmar, and I know the conflict has been really difficult for her and for all of us to see. So do remember that that is actively happening in the world. Good afternoon. I do want to say that we were all struggling. We were nervous about filling 7 to 10 minutes of speaking, and it turns out we have a lot to say. So I'm just going to dive right in. My name is Molly Ferguson. I'm from the US, and today I'm going to focus my presentation on amplifying women's voices and local peace building.
So for my applied field experience, I worked remotely with the Institute for War and Peace Reporting, IWPR, which is the same organization that Anthony worked for. It's an international NGO whose mission is to give voice to people at the front lines of conflict to help drive change. I was drawn to IWPR because they place particular emphasis on empowering local voices and support gender inclusion and social cohesion. I provided monitoring and evaluation, or what we call M&E, support to donor-funded projects on the ground in Syria. This was through their Lebanon office. IWPR's work in Syria is centered around strengthening local voices of journalists, women activists, and minority communities to help achieve positive peace. My work entailed review of activity plans, which serve as a framework for measuring impact. While I'm not ultimately passionate about measuring data, I am passionate about local peace building and women's empowerment. And what I'd like to highlight to you today is both the importance and the limitations of monitoring and evaluation. So the purpose of M&E is to assess the performance of projects and programs set up by governments, international organizations, and NGOs alike. M&E frameworks include high-level objectives, activities through which to achieve said objectives, indicators to measure against, inputs, outputs, and expected outcomes. I have worked in global health for the last several years, and I find those activities much more tangible and measurable than gender equality or social cohesion. So number of babies vaccinated is a lot easier to measure than something like number of community members who reported a change of behavior in regards to gender equality. But nevertheless, it is important to measure that impact. M&E plans guide the work throughout the lifespan of the project, and it is important to report back to donors so that they continue providing funding. It's important to be used in lessons learned documentation so that more funding and those lessons learned can be used in future similar projects. There have been many lessons learned and progress made in the past couple decades surrounding gender inclusivity. More efforts have been made to increase women's participation and gender perspectives in both peace building and development. There's a notion often referred to that we've heard a lot about in some of our classes called add women and stir. This is the idea that the answer to the problem of not enough women having seats at the table is simply to add women, problem solved. This may fill quotas and show donors, see, we're working on gender equality, but that's not enough, is it? In any culture, women bear children. We are the pillar and the backbone of communities and families. Ignoring women's voices, their unique perspective, their role in society and in any given conflict is ignoring a huge part of the story. We know that women are disproportionately affected by conflict, and yet there are still too few women involved in peacekeeping and peace building efforts. Beyond that, there is a focus on women as victims, and we ignore their passive and active roles in the conflict itself. Women can be both perpetrators, bystanders, and victims. And focusing on women as victims and men as perpetrators, particularly in a conflict as complex as Syria, how much of the narrative are we missing? As of this month, Syria has officially been at war for 10 years, and there is no end in sight, no shortage of suffering that continues daily, both inside and outside of Syria's borders. It's important to use all voices to holistically understand each and every conflict. There are multiple layers, many local, micro-level conflicts that matter for the larger picture. And no war between states or international actors will solve or heal those local conflicts. An approach which incorporates healing and dialogue at that local level is called a bottom-up approach to peace building. You've heard some of my colleagues talk about that already. It is social cohesion at every level that is imperative to sustainable peace. Now, my background is in grassroots level development, and I believe that development and peace building are interconnected. While conflict does not only occur in developing countries, there is a correlation, or there can be a correlation, between ongoing conflict and poverty, lack of education, lack of adequate health care, gender inequality, human rights violations, and more. There has been more of a consensus between both academics and practitioners in the field that the focus on the local is necessary. You've heard, I think, every single one of the other Peace Fellows talk about that local peace building. And this is what I'm passionate about. I started my career by serving in the Peace Corps in Togo, a small country in West Africa. I was placed in a small village for 2 years, where I learned quickly that women and girls are the backbone of society, yet vastly underutilized. One of the activities I took part in my service was participating in a girls' camp for girls between the ages of 13 and 17 who were awarded scholarships for academic achievement. I was in charge of a session on sexual harassment and decided at the last minute to toss the script based on Red Cross trainings of the same nature. My colleagues and I brought various soft drinks and snacks we knew the girls would love. We placed cushions in a circle on the ground, rescheduled the last session of the day, and prepared ourselves for a few hours of just listening. It was a slow start, but by the end of the session, every single girl in the room shared a story of sexual assault of some kind. It was one of the hardest days of my service, but something I reflect on often because I used my knowledge of the culture and the environment I was living and working in, and I adapted to it. For the first time in that entire week, I wasn't educating or talking, I just listened. My career eventually took me back to West Africa when I took a contract in Sierra Leone, working on capacity building for schools of midwifery. Sierra Leone has one of the highest infant mortality rates, and after they were hit with the 2014 Ebola outbreak, nearly the entire population of midwives was wiped out. Today, they still need more midwives, and my job was to work with 3 schools of midwifery to improve curriculums and conduct trainings for things as simple as filing systems and administrative practices. One day, I was doing a training on elevator pitches for potential donors. Exciting, I know. And below us, we could hear the screams of mothers giving birth in the maternity ward in the first floor of the hospital where the school was located. There are no options for pain drugs in Sierra Leone. And this was at the National Hospital. I found it difficult all day to focus on a training as mundane as elevator pitches while I could hear the screams, and I anxiously awaited the cry of a baby that followed the mother's screams. I winced each and every time and was told repeatedly that this was normal and I needed to continue with the training. But I never could fully focus, hoping that each mother and baby would be okay. Numbers tell me that they wouldn't, but here I was living it. When I reported on the activities throughout my project in Sierra Leone and my projects in Peace Corps, there was nowhere in those reporting mechanisms to tell stories about the uneven ratio of baby screams to mother screams, or the girls who, despite all odds against them, were the best in their class. My point is not that terrible things happen, because they do all over the world. My point is that data and numbers can only show us so much. When we add women in STIR, we can claim success through numbers of women who attended the conference. But will those numbers show us how many of those women felt comfortable enough to even speak at the conference? Or how many of them, will those numbers show us what was happening in the same building where some women were privileged enough to attend a professional training while others were giving birth to babies who wouldn't survive? My point is that true sustainable peace building efforts require the full story from everyone involved, even those in the so-called background. There is a disconnect between policy and peace building efforts and the everyday experience of people. Ignoring underrepresented voices is ignoring valuable agents of social change. COVID taught us all a lot about empathy. Many of us, I know all 10 of us here, now know what it's like to be separated by oceans from our family and friends with no end in sight. what it's like to fear for our lives, what it's like to feel like our freedoms have been taken from us, our voices ignored. I was not able to gain more field experience through my AFE because of COVID. And instead, I sat in a privileged position, sitting at my laptop from the other side of the world, reviewing activity plans for Syrian women and how to incorporate them in peace-building dialogue. Think about that. Consider that disconnect. That disconnect is why I plan to continue my career in local grassroots level peace-building, with as much experience in the field as I possibly can, learning from the people whose voices are most important, yet often go ignored. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Diana, for sharing such amazing experiences and solid experiences. Thank you all for coming to see us and sharing our journey. It's been really huge journey of ups and downs, but here we are and together. So thank you so much. My name is Belen and I come from Ecuador. When I graduated college, I was pretty unsure of what to do next. I even thought about changing careers and becoming a psychologist. Then I met a really good friend and I started working in development with youth, children and adolescents. They started building programs from their perspectives, which was amazing. We were just facilitating their voices, and they were working to reduce violence in their communities by art, sports, journalism. They had their own radio programs to share their concerns, their hopes. And they were deciding in their communities what they wanted to do. And then I decided to learn more about this. I wanted to do a master's degree, but again, I didn't know what to do. Maybe development, maybe youth, maybe migration. At the time, it was 2016, and an earthquake hit Ecuador. It was devastating, and it changed my experience because I was able to join the UNICEF humanitarian team. And within that, I got a little bit more involved in, first of all, education in emergency programs, facilitating the spaces so children would not miss school after having their houses destroyed. And then, little by little, I started working with peace education programs in the border with Colombia to reduce violence, xenophobia, and other types of injustice. Children were learning in inclusive spaces. Teachers were participating in building activities to learn about emotions and also violence and xenophobia prevention. I was amazed and I decided that that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to learn more about peace education. That's how I found the fellowship, the Peace Fellowship with Rotary, and immediately the UQ program caught my eye because it is very versatile. You can focus on what you really want to learn. I must admit that back then I was a little bit more naive, and sometimes I would ask myself from a very privileged perspective, if this is the answer, why can't we just get along, right? Well, I know it's a little more complex than that. After all, I was working with children that live violence every day, that live injustices every day, that went to school hungry every day. And this is Pasita. She is the main character that started my journey with peace education. And as you can see, she says, what is different, adds and never rest, never subtract. And this is how we learn that inclusion is the answer. So we need to start to listen to more voices. It's been over a year since I arrived into Brisbane, and I've learned and I've grown so much. I learned from the program, I learned from my colleagues, I've learned from Rotary. So it's very hard to summarize all the experiences I've lived in 10 minutes. But one of the main things that I've learned is that one of the most important lessons is that when talking about peace, every voice counts.
Research confirms that it is important to include women in peace processes, development programs, or humanitarian relief. And yes, including women, as Molly said, is not only about letting them have a seat in the table. Inclusion means providing safe spaces so they can speak up. It means being open to listen and willing to understand what they say, the specific risks they face, their concerns, fears, and hopes, their demands. It is important to listen to their proposals, to acknowledge their capacities, their knowledge, their experiences, and their own resources. It is important to consider their emotions and their expectations as well. The readings, the lectures, the classes, the research, all connected together into real life during my AFP with UNFPA Colombia. My role was to support the subcluster about gender-based violence and the response about gender-based violence with the Venezuelan migrant women. Because of the ongoing political, human rights, and socioeconomic crisis in Venezuela, people continue to escape violence and as well as lack of food, medicine, and access to services. There are over 5 million Venezuelans now living abroad. This has become one of the largest displacement crises in the world. Many of them arrive by foot, scared, tired, and in urgent need of assistance. Women that travel by foot, we call them caminantes, are at risk of many different and levels of type of violence. It's not only about their gender, it's about their age, their level of education, and their socioeconomic conditions. They are, in their journey, they face sexual violence, physical violence, trafficking and smuggling, economic violence, and emotional and psychological violence. And this leaves a lot of consequences individually and collectively as well. In addition to their difficult situation, the global pandemic has had a big impact in our lives, have had a bigger impact in theirs. While different measures were taken by the Colombian government as extended lockdowns, they were forced to stay at their houses with their perpetrators for many months without accessing services for health or protection. And they lost their sources of income, which made them resort to coping mechanisms that were not safe for them or resulted in exploitation. Local teams also have alerted the increasing presence of smugglers and human trafficking networks. Women have also reported incidences of discrimination and xenophobia within the host communities or when were they trying to get support from public services. The UN Population Fund is part of the humanitarian response in Colombia, and it coordinates the gender-based violence subcluster. The subcluster provides policy advice and guidance to humanitarian actors to gender-based prevention, risk mitigation, and response. It helps coordinate local actors. It helps researching and processing the information to have advocacy within the local government and the higher government. And during my AFP, in the first part, I was helping to process this information and to build database. So when people needed assistance in local communities, we could say these organizations are there and they can help. During the second part of my AFP, I was in charge of the needs and risk assessment. From what I learned there, I did a lot of research to understand the local context. So as Molly said, numbers help. I could understand how many people were crossing the border. I could understand the more difficult zones to cross, and I could understand how many people require assistance. But it was only when analyzing the local focal groups information, women would get together and share their testimonies, their stories, that I could have a little glimpse of the reality. Forced migration is never easy. It creates common sense of fear, uncertainty, and helplessness. But it also creates the need and also the opportunity for Colombian and Venezuelan women to create support networks. For example, Rosalia Lopez participated in the leadership workshops to create women links in host communities. She talks about how migration shaped her experiences, how she realized that supporting women is very necessary to overcome the difficult times. She knows how important it is to support women and to share their stories, to protect each other, and to be united to demand rights. And part of the workshop was to facilitate in these spaces. The big question in this slide is what is next. So for me, whether I continue my journey with peace education or prevention of gender-based violence, they're not really that separate, really. It's to try to listen. And listen means not only having them at the table, it's being open to understand what they are going through, what they want, what they hope, and trying to redirect them. It's amplify the voices so they don't stay with us, so they can transfer to the people that give the funding to them and to create programs that are adapted to their realities. And plan accordingly. We cannot give the solutions, as Rama said, but we can think critically and we can address the solutions that they can propose. Thank you so much. Now I want to present Ellie, my dear friend, colleague.
We're almost done. No turn to the cocktail. Hope we're not that tired. So good afternoon. I really want to thank you for having have stayed all this day here and listened to all our experience. I have learned so much from my cohort, not only today, but since the first day that I met them, as well to my professors. Like UQ has been a great school, more than what I ever expected, and all the support that I have received from Rotary is just, I cannot give value to how much I have received from each one of you. And to start, I want to talk about a little bit of what is stewardship for peace. So when I talk about stewardship, it's of being good managers. And I think as we have learned from all these projects, all the experiences that we have heard from our cohort, there are many challenges, not only for achieving peace, but also how to create projects that promote peace. So entering this field is a challenge in every way. But we are all related in it. And we have a very important role to play to achieve peace. So as stewards, our role is to conduct, supervise, and manage of something special. And to better explain my idea, I want to share a little story of how I began, but it will be short. So I come from Honduras. Honduras is located in the central of the American continent, between the Atlantic and the Pacific, geographically. Very beautiful in nature, with many social challenges. And although we learn about nature and culture, and I'm sure you all here love nature, Australia is amazing in this, we rarely learn about the persons that protect that nature, or how I better like to call them, the stewards of nature. And in Latin America, all over, I have examples, but I will focus on an indigenous group specifically in Honduras. Many of these groups are led by women. And it's women, and as you can see there, they are from an indigenous community in Honduras called Denka. They have lived there for centuries, way like since like before even the name Honduras was created. And I'm a truly believer of the importance of having a positive role model, because it influences our actions and our motivations and what we want to achieve, and we relay on those role models to overcome our weaknesses as well. Therefore, to highlight how fundamental is to learn about intelligent and courageous women, it is very important for me, and I believe for society in general. So these Honduran indigenous women, they play a very important role in our society. Although once they were in a different woman role, they had more equitative gender relationships, As you may know in history, they were their culture was gradually changed, and some other ideas were imposed on their thinking and on their way of living. And that generated that their roles start changing into a more misogynist way of living. And nowadays, like hundreds of years later, they now challenge not only like to protect the land as they have always done and to steward the land as they have always done, but also to recover their human rights or their women's rights that are human rights. So I had the chance to work with them, initially promoting their economy. So that's me promoting their textiles. But later on, when I changed my career path, I joined Transparency International. And a big focus of Transparency International in Honduras is security. Because my country, although it's very beautiful, we have almost 97% of impunity in homicide cases. That means if someone gets killed, it's very possible that you will never be caught. And that was the consequence of being an environmental steward in my country. The woman on top, she's Berta Cáceres, and she was a great leader, a great social leader. And because of her beliefs and her motivation of protecting the environment and having a peaceful community, she's no longer with us. So with Transparency International, I was able to participate in the design of how to make her homicide case more transparent. Because corruption is in every scale of the security system. And when I participate in that case, that was not the only one. Although I knew that the work that we were doing is important, someone in the way, I believe I stopped self-caring about myself, and I continue working on it because of my passion for peace. And I kept my empathy, but not necessarily my hope that things will be solved. In general, in Honduras, for a homicide case to be resolved, it is around 6 years. I'm not sure the data for that in Australia. So it's almost 6 years just to solve one case. And if you see our statistics, in 2012, we were the country with more homicide cases in the world. That is not anymore. So that was a lot of work. And that was very challenging to stay committed that we have to do this job. But that job is important. And from there is that I learned that we need to create opportunities and safe spaces for everyone, because then we don't know what will happen. And as in general information, in order. According to UN Women Research, we are almost like 99.5 years from achieving equity. And that is like, at least for me, I cannot even think that I will leave this world, and even if I have kids, leave my kids in a world that is not just, doesn't have a just society, sorry. So there are studies that demonstrate that when women participate in peace agreements, they last 15 years longer. And please don't interpret this fact or this figure as that because women are more peaceful and men normally go then to war, because it has nothing to do with it. This happens because as a society, we learn that including and listening to the other half of the participants can solve the problem, as many of my colleagues were right now mentioning. It is a problem that involves us all, and it's a problem then that we must all participate to solve. However, one of our biggest challenges is that to achieve gender equity, only 1% of all cooperation goes to women's organizations of the world. So that study was done by the Association for Women's Rights and Development. So of all the funding that is around for development, for peace, for environment, although there are very good ideas, it's missing to include those grassroots that have actually gave me the opportunity to be here, to be able to be a woman and study and be here present today. So I just want to leave that detail for all of us to think about it. So for when we talk about peace as a society, us women must be included in the peace building. And sometimes we might think that that only happens in certain areas of the world. So I would just like to mention a little bit about the Australia scenario. So according to the World Economic Forum's, in their Global Gender Index of 2020, Australia ranked in the 44th place of 153 countries in the world that were evaluated about gender equity. And okay, 44th position is not that bad, right? In 2006, you were in the 15th. So that has changed and very fast. So when we celebrate Women's Day as we were in March, let's be careful because equity isn't straight even more during COVID times. And it's our responsibility to work on it from wherever we are. Following that recently, I was interested in doing my AFB with UN Women Australia. So this is a fundraising organization to promote the work of UN Women, and it's located in Canberra. So I was very pleased to know another city and another state of the country. And while doing my AFE, I knew that I wanted to do this with this organization, more because of all the news of COVID-19, of how the impact, although we have all had that impact for women suffering of domestic violence, for example, things have gotten worse. So I really wanted to participate in a feminist organization. This office has a national and regional approach with different projects. So one of my first activities was to collaborate in the creation of a gender school kit that is included in the curriculum of the primary and high school schools. And it's distributed along more than 2,000 schools in Australia to help support the teachers of how to include gender activities in the classroom. As well, as a regional level, they advocate with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on the importance of financing the initiative of Markets for Change that are located in Fiji, Vanuatu, and Solomon Islands. So those types of projects is what our society are requiring, that they include that equity. They are a step forward for the progress of our women's rights. And today I invite you to participate in projects that are effective and equitable for public policies and promote women's rights, because otherwise we're just reinforcing the structural barriers and discrimination that are very hard to eliminate. And these markets for change then are traditional markets. However, even when we think of COVID, we tend to say, oh, we want to go back to normality, but what was normality? And that's a tricky question, and we should reconsider if we want that normality. Because we live in a society that has been designed in a certain way that not necessarily includes us all. And that's why I love just the idea of markets for change. So as you know, those three countries are normally devastated by hurricanes. It's a hurricane area. So they had the opportunity after a hurricane to rebuild those markets, and they asked the people, the vendors, to participate on their needs, like what do they need for the market. So you will say yes to have a stand and sell their products. And that were most of the answers given by the male participants. However, when women were asked, they were like, no, when we travel and we want to stay here in the market to sell today's products, we have to sleep next to our market plot on the street or like in a very unsafe area, and they feel vulnerable, and they have many cases of sexual harassment or even worse cases. And as well, although 75 to 80% of the vendors are women, all the leading positions of the market were only male leaders. So with the markets for change, they modified the concept of recognizing the needs of everyone. So at the end, it's not only women like sleeping next to their products, next to their fruits and vegetables, for all the vendors. So they included the building for rooms for them to have a special place where to stay. And as well, they start giving them, start giving them skills about how to do a better marketplace, like finance, leadership, strengthening like their economic role, their community economy. And now that just has benefited like the entire vendors, the entire market, the entire community. So when we talk about feminism, we're talking about equity. It's not just like, oh, let's give privilege to women. It's not that. We're talking about equity and of redesigning the society that we want and that we need. We've seen that before. So when these types of initiatives are created, we are strengthened. And to do that, as I mentioned, we have to design it. So I'm in that little gap. I think most of my cohort is in the field of research and that they are interested on the grassroots. I'm in that little gap of between their work and the donors. So all my life I have been working with donors, with international cooperation, grant writing. And now with my AFE, I have the opportunity to work with the importance of developing peer-to-peer fundraising. And doing that, I want to continue working in the same field, but I will include now the perspective that I have learned from my classes, from my different lectures, of the importance of equity, of the importance of inclusive peace building, to make of peace a right and not just a privilege of how we're living now. And I will just thank you very much of being in Australia right now in COVID times, because as I got lost somehow before coming, I just found myself with all the generosity that I saw from each of the persons in the city, everywhere during these times was amazing. And I think it was the best place for me to be. And not because of what COVID, but to have the example, as I was saying, I think Australians in general are a very positive role model of what generosity looks like. And we're good stewards, and we must continue being stewards for peace. And just to think about it, like, I love to see like all the publicity in the city, because even though when we're walking and we read things, believe me, those things stay in your mind, even though you don't know. So just to end, I just love that phrase from Translate that says, like, be cool, be safe, and be kind. It's been a long ride, but it's not over yet. Please remember to play your part and respect each other's space for equity.
Fantastic. A big thank you to Megan, Molly, Valen, and Ellie. Can we give them a big... Reach up real. Get away with that a little movement. Okay. So I might request a little bit of technical assistance in transferring over to the electronic questions. And in the meantime, I might start with a question or two myself while you're formulating your questions for this group. A really rich storytelling of your personal journey and really diverse areas of practice in different places in the world. So a big thank you and an opportunity for me to continue to learn as well. My first question, I'm going to just sort of throw it out to the group, and whoever feels most inspired to answer can dive right in there. But one of the things that I was sort of reflecting on is during my time as a Peace Fellow, some of these issues came up as well in terms of things that we were talking about with youth and women's voices, and thinking about where do you see in the work that you've been doing, where do you see progress being made?
Well, in my experience, I have seen a slow but present transition because in my AFP with UNFPA, I did see a lot of women, really powerful and strong women taking the voice, and also with the local communities. It's not only that they were in the high-level humanitarian conferences or coordination teams, but they started going to the local communities, working with women, building up their leadership and their concerns, and now they are the personnel, the staff working with the UNFPA team, raising alerts because they know the community, they know each other, they know what the resources they have. So it's slowly, but I do think that's important to mention. Before that, I do think I saw more men a few years before, and it was definitely much more top down than I saw this, so I was pretty glad to see that.
Thank you. I think it's interesting because you're describing both the metaphorical or the political voices, but also in describing the physical spaces where women's voices came in and made a significant change around what happened with the market stalls in terms of creating those safe spaces for women's voices and that feedback being heard. So I appreciated that sharing of that story as well. Where do you guys see the links between the work that you're looking at with youth and women and the sort of different issues that are coming up about the underrepresented voices?
Well, I think it's in several ways. The one that I think is the strongest is how hope is constructed, or how different people who are working in peace building construct hope. I think all of the people that we've worked with are faced with immense challenges, and they choose hope. Even though their voices haven't been represented for so long, we still encounter people who have hope, who choose to have hope and continue working. So I've in our conversations, it's given a whole other depth to what hope means. It's not just cheering and sparkly emotion. It's rooted in so much more. And then in terms of emotion, I think the diversity, the idea of diversity coming more into the sphere of peace building and how it's important, and how that brings up a lot of emotion depending on who you are. If you've been the person who hasn't been represented, or if you are the privileged person, that also brings up a lot of emotion and having to come to terms with the structural oppression that you participate in. So I think that that is something that I see across our experiences. Thank you.
Another, in keeping with the emotions theme, resilience in those underrepresented groups. And we specifically chose, just from our experiences, to focus on women and youth. But we made the choice to call our group underrepresented voices because women and youth are often thrown into that category together, and we're trying to not have that happen because those are two very different categories that deserve to be separated. And just because we focused on women and youth doesn't mean that, I mean, everything that we said can apply to any minority group and any underrepresented voices, of which unfortunately there are many.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, very good point about how labels or naming can be grouped together. What that other repercussions from that can be. All right, we have some questions up here. So we might start with this idea of, do you think the shift towards virtual spaces and digital platforms has amplified or further marginalized underrepresented voices? Came up a little bit in some of what there's presenting about, but is there anything further that you would like to add to
that? Well, it has definitely been, it has changed. Well, not necessarily changed, probably it has amplified that marginalization, because now, like, to have access, for example, to a computer or to internet or to a phone, is not something common worldwide. It is still a privilege. So it's not that easy, and you can see it even in education. Right now, Latin America, our youth is having a very bad year in being able to study, just because they changed the model to be more virtual spaces when most of the population doesn't have access. So if that is the risk of COVID. It has intensified already all any problem that we had before is actually going backwards, even faster. And we're not realizing like how bad are we going because of this gap in technology that we have as youth. Women in general, like even in a house, like normally then you have just like one device that has access, and normally then one member of the family would use it, and what happens to the other. So it has definitely like amplified our representative voices like challenge, and we should be aware of the solutions that we provide when things like COVID or any other risk can happen, and how to solve them to be more inclusive.
I do agree with that, but as usually happens with peace building, it's hard to generalize because every population and every problem needs to be focused. And I do see that happening a lot. It has happened, as you said, in all South America. But I also believe that technology has created new links. There's some projects like what comes to my mind is you report with UNICEF that's a general survey that people can access from Facebook. So if they connect and they can just amplify their voices because they just go there and put whatever they think or answer the questions, so we know a little bit better the gap of knowledge that they might have. And it's just amazing how we can reach more people with that. But there's definitely a huge gap between the people that can access those platforms and the people that cannot.
Thank you.
I would also say too, just that social media has
provided a lot of interconnectedness, and it's often youth that's using social media. So we have seen, I mean, it's the youth in Myanmar that's posting on social platforms about what's happening. A lot of what we know that's going on in the weaker camps is from young people that manage to post on the internet. So there are positives and negatives to that.
Thank you. We might just finish with a question. I know there's other questions up here as well, but you can snag everybody in after drinks and cocktail hour. So maybe there's just a question which you can feel free to answer about the digital virtual spaces, but also specifically, thank you for your work with Myanmar youth and your moving tribute to those who are working on the streets. For us who would like to support Myanmar, what would you recommend?
Can I answer I want to make a short comment on the virtual spaces, because I think that it would be interesting to work, all of us, to brainstorm how we can make those spaces more human. I've never given a peace building workshop online before, and these couple of months that I've started to do it, I miss so much learning is done from human interaction and listening to people and being in the same space. So I think that also I worry about the connections that we can have in peace building workshops without that human-to-human connection. And I think at this point, the most important thing that people outside of Myanmar can do is to stay aware of what is happening. There's a big diaspora of people from Myanmar around the world. They are mobilizing, they're doing amazing things. So in your community, find out where the diaspora is and listen to what they are doing, how they're mobilizing, what type of support they need. There's also a large population of students from Myanmar, UQ. So this is also something good about the internet. We can find the diaspora as close as Brisbane and then listen to what they need and support them.
Great, thank you. One more big thank you to Megan, Molly, Phelan, and Ellie.
Oh, it's that time of the day again. We're going to ask you to reflect on your emotions now after you've seen all 10 of us did our presentations. Thank you, Barry, thank you to the final panel. And now I'll bring back up Nelly and Rachel.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, are we ready for a cocktail? Yeah. All right, we're gonna go very fast. Okay, so we reflected on our emotions at the beginning. And now we'd like to take another poll to see how everyone is feeling now. So let's use our Mentimeter muscle once more. Stand here and share how you're feeling, positives, negatives, anything in between.
I hope all of you will have battery. So, well, today the map is different, but we can see there are many curious, reflecting, hopeful, thoughtful, not learning about the many topics, energized, woo, yes, inspired with you, so it's amazing. I really want to thank you for being the entire day here with us, listening to to our experiences, and that you are leaving with such amazing feelings. Yeah, so we invite, like, yeah, this was like the last activity with the Mentimeter, and we will continue now with the program for those. Yeah.
Yes, for the John
Not with John Lawrence, sorry, award, Janice Lawrence Award.
Recognition. Hello everyone, it's great to see you again at the end of the day. We now come to a very special part of today's proceedings, the Janet Lawrence Peace Fellow recognition. The UQ Rotary Peace Centre is very proud to be part of celebrating Janet's values and spirit. And indeed, we're very proud to dedicate this seminar to Janet's memory. If you haven't had a chance yet, in the opening pages of your program, page 3 of the program outlines how we come to this recognition, and I invite you to read that if you haven't so far. So we began the process of recognising Janet's values among the outgoing class of Peace Fellows last year. And we continue it this way this year by passing the reins more fully to John Lawrence. Thank you, John, for this partnership. It's wonderful to be able to do this with you. The Lawrence family's generosity means that the Peace Fellow recognition is paired with the Paul Harris Fellow. So to continue proceedings, I invite Dr. Claire to explain the Paul Harris Fellow.
Thanks, Morgan. Just want to say a few things about the Paul Harris Fellowship recognition. What is given for is often given to a member of a Rotary Club, or it could be a member of the community who's recognised for great work within that community, within that club, within the society. And what it actually means is that $1,000 US is given on their behalf to the Rotary Foundation. And that's pretty important, because if you think of $1,000 US, it's about $260 Australian at the moment. It goes towards Rotary programs to do good in the world. And I'm just going to mention very quickly some of those, because there's 7 areas. I'll whiz through the 7 areas. One, of course, is peace. Okay, so some of that money could go towards peace fellowships, peace studies, peace work within particular countries within the world. One of them is disease. Pretty important one at the moment, isn't it? Of course, if you think about it, one of the major projects that we've been involved in with disease, that $1,000 US could go towards, is of course the polio eradication campaign. Been going on since 1980s. Started off very much in Queensland with a very famous Rotarian, Sir Clement, who just passed away last year, a member of our 9600 Rotary. So an incredibly important program. We couldn't fund these programs without the sorts of money that's raised through these sorts of recognitions. Another one is child and maternal health. I think Molly spoke about the plight of mothers in Sierra Leone 2 weeks ago at the conference. Molly, you remember Amatea? I'm not sure, I think they something like that anyway. But a refugee from Sierra Leone who's now devoted her life to helping back the young kids and the struggle that she went through. That $1,000 US, I'm not sure how many mothers and children that would save in Sierra Leone, but it would be a lot. It would be a lot. Economic development, literacy and education, pretty close to my heart, my wife's heart, around the world. $1,000 US provides a lot of books and a lot of resources. Water and sanitation. I think UQ currently involved in a bit of a pilot program to try and look at, with Kapalba Rotary Club, to look at a scale of project scale $2 million towards a project scale initiative to look at water and sanitation right here in Queensland. And so that $1,000 US that goes towards that recognition for Paul Harris Fellow is certainly needed in our society, and it certainly goes to a great cause through the Rotary Foundation. I've got one more thing to tell you, and it'll be a shock to you probably. 5,163 times a Paul Harris Fellowship has been given to members of our community. 5,163 since 1957 when the award was first inaugurated. That's individual recognitions. On top of that, 1,200 of those people have received Paul Harris Fellow recognition multiple times, some up to 9 or 10 times. That's $9,000 or $10,000. You go 5,100 plus what I say, 1,200, it's almost 6,500 times that Paul Harris Scholarship has been recognised in 693 of our local Rotary districts. That's over $6 million, but it's more than that. It's like you get a set of steak knives. No, it's more than that. Because if you think about it, $1,000 in 1957 was a hell of a lot more than $1,000 today. And so all that money over that period of time has gone towards those really worthwhile projects. And today we're going to award another $1,000 US towards the Rotary projects.
My son is jumping the gun. I haven't done anything yet. I'm going to hurry, yeah, as best an old past district governor can. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I think that one of the ways I want to talk about Janet was it's not easy to be host area coordinator, is it, Doug? Liliday from Ethiopia phoned us at 3 a.m. She was at the airport. Her counsellor had waited for 2.5 hours and was told nobody's left. That sort of thing shows, you know, you've got to be on the ball. And the other one, this seminar, many years back, Sally Lacey from the USA came round to our place the day before. None of the PowerPoints would work because in those days, Microsoft and Apple and Google all fought brilliantly. So Janet put her skills to work to shorten all the presentations, but keep the theme and the feeling going. And then we were able to get underway. But I'm also remembering one other person. Yes, you see that lady over there, like Jasmine, turned up very early. And what does a person like that do? Ring up Janet and say, I'm here. Well, we looked after Erica Rose for a couple of days and said, I'm moving on. 2 or 3 days later, you have to tell me the answer to that. She came back on the front door and said, can I come and stay again till my term starts? That was it was. And of course, the fourth person was Pani from an Iranian from USA who just kept coming back. Now, Lynn knows that Pani was the last person to get that room. But I think that that's trivializing a little bit about Janet. See, Janet started off as a young mum in Canberra. And one of the things that she suddenly realized was the school had a P&C organisation, nobody would take the role. So she said, well, I'll do it. And the retiring chairman said, well, what are we going to call you? Said, I am the chairman. That was Janet's attitude. In the same way, when we were up in Darwin, she had to start a preschool because there's no preschool in that area. But it's not that. He was Janet, both a scientist who became a writer, a person who used her intellectual skills to do things very differently. Now, I always thought we did a lot of travel, but in this last year with Lynn helping me get over the whole problem, it really came a time for me to reflect. And I suddenly wrote down where Janet went for her work around the world. She did trips to Kenya, England, Germany, Jakarta, Tonga, Samoa, Thailand twice, China twice, Washington, DC, where she edited the book on African agriculture for the UN. And then happily, she didn't get a job in Mexico. Sorry. Because as I said wrongly, I couldn't speak Mexican. And what did Ellie say? Spanish, you idiot. I think this is where that early leadership really came out, that it was really about being a person that realized you have to actually take the abilities you have and use them in leadership. She was not a person that she thought was a natural leader, but she was, as being president of 2 Rotary clubs, an assistant governor, and then going on to be the host area coordinator, as I was describing, all those joyful things of 3 a.m. and that sort of thing. But it was her love that actually got her through. As you all know, that the one thing that embraced her was the fact that she was able to do the things she wanted to do, which was make peace in the world. It's not something you can do individually. But she saw the peace program as being one where she could send a great set of intellectually capable, well-trained people out to do her job. And that was what was really important. And so when it came to trying to do this selection this year, I was using the roles of a Rotary reader that does the applications. And I sort of did the classic engineer thing and took it down. Let's do it. Okay, we'll break it up into things. These AFE, 20%. Service to the cohort, 20%. Service to Rotary, 20%. Presentation to Rotary, 10%. So that wasn't hard, but staff comments, 10%. They knew you better than I did. And the service to Rotary overall. But you see, these were all nice little parameters. But I got to tell you, they didn't really work. Because you're all sitting at the same basic level. And it really became obvious to me that what we really had to do is go back to what we're trying to do. And that was to recognize and reflect on Janet's values and spirit, service above self, volunteering and proactive leadership. And so I've come to a rough conclusion. Thought, how does this actually fit against Janet's parameters? So I rang a number of people, a number of the councillors and staff, etc. And one person came back saying of the person that they were councillor for, that this person had wisdom, humility, was wise for a young person, and a joy to be around. It's with that in mind, it's my pleasure to actually announce that the recognition this year goes to Ellie Torres.
I'm amazed. I don't know.
Because I'm now going to ask Richard to do that presentation of the full Harris Fellow on behalf of Lawrence Bank.
Ellie, we move closer to a peaceful world today as Ellie Torres becomes a full Harris Fellow. Ellie, you have been selected to receive this recognition from Dan Lawrence's family because we believe that your life exemplifies the humanitarian and educational objectives of the Rotary Foundation. We thank you for demonstrating in your life a vocation, a commitment to helping other people in their need here and around the world. Therefore, it gives us great pleasure to present to you on behalf of the trustees of the Rotary Foundation, the emblems of the Paul Harris Fellow.
want to say thank you. I'm not sure if people knows my story, but I was one, I was, when they selected the cohort, I was like the number 11, I will believe. I did nothing for 10. So even though I applied in 2018, they told me that, well, you are just in that list in case someone was like not coming. So I continued my life. And in December 2019, I received an email from Jacqueline from Rotary International saying, you have like 1 day to decide if you want to start a master in Queensland, like in Australia. And I was like, oh my God, I have 24 hours to change my life. And I think it's the best thing I could do, like becoming now part of the Rotary network and knowing so many people that really put in practice like service about yourself. I'm just honored to be one of you.
Talk about state funds. Well, when you get a past graduate of RI, you don't get rid of that easy. And thanks to Lynn's effort, who pointed out the fact that none of this cohort had been given Rotary Peace Fellows. And Jasmine is the only one in this that's a Peace Fellow with a Peace. So I thought it would be a good time to thank incoming District Governor, I forgot his name. I've actually got it on a piece of paper. It's one of the tricks I learned in sales. Always carry a little piece of paper so you don't forget the name. And I like doing it just to remind me. So it's my pleasure to now go around and start with Anthony. Your piece, please. About time, I know. I got news for you. We already have the 8 for next time. I think we should send them by mail, do you think? So they can actually have them. Whoops. Oh, well, you're going to get mine. But it was Lynn who found the 9 for next year in Janet's old text. So she was so far ahead of us. Okay, with that, I pass back to me. Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and well done, Maggie, but I have to call her back along with Rachel. They're going to conclude for us, and then we're going to get to the much needed, much desired cocktail. Ellie and Rachel, please come back.
We promise you're almost to cocktails. What an inspiration to hear about Ellie's work as we continue to work toward a more peaceful world, as well as the work of each and every Peace Fellow who's presented here today. Thank you so much to John for your incredible commitment to the Peace Fellowship and to honor Janet's dedication to the Peace Fellowship. Our education would not be possible without you and so many Rotarians like you who give so generously to our fellowship. So as we near the conclusion of the seminar, what a perfect way to end the day with gratitude. Even when we experience the highest of joys or the lowest of dark days, I believe gratitude offers the opportunity to embrace our emotions while looking outward to the people who are always there to light the way. And in that spirit, we want to say thank you to some very special people.
So to start, to the Peace Center staff at the University of Queensland, Morgan Brigg, Roland Blaker, and Diana McCluskey. We couldn't be here without you. And you have continued to show up every day with support and leadership, even when the Peace Fellowship changed during COVID in ways that no one could have predicted. And to our many professors, many of whom are here today or came in the morning, and I'm sure you met them. And thank you for helping us grow by challenging us, supporting us, and guiding us, accepting extension after extension, and so much. So we're very grateful for all your patience and support and sharing your academic knowledge that has really strengthened our career now. And to Rotarians near and far, from Jacqueline and Rotary International in Evanston to Doug St. Clair, our host area coordinator in Brisbane, to the Rotary Advisor Board, including Leslie Smith, David Field, John Lawrence, and Lisa Ryan, to the many host counselors who volunteer to support us through our fellowship, thank you. And you believe in us, and you put action behind your belief to make this fellowship possible. So many of the local Rotarians, official host counselors, and adopted host counselors, we welcome you as well. You welcome us, in your homes, fed us, cooked meals, and made us a family, and we're very grateful for that.
So finally, I'm going to try to not be emotional. No, we're going to be emotional. We want to give a warm thank you to each member of the Class 18 cohort. You showed up each day with strength and authenticity and care for yourself and each other. And this experience would not have been what it was without you. I hope that the friendships that we built and that formed us during our time in Brisbane will continue for many years to come. In that spirit, we would like to invite Anthony Pemberton to join us up here at the front. This man here volunteered to plan and execute this entire seminar. The assistant. With the assistance and hard work of many fellows, as well as Diana McCluskey, Morgan Brigg, Chloe Ryan, and the many volunteers who are here with us today. In Anthony's work, you really see Rotary's motto of service above self, and I think he deserves a special warm thanks from me.
I don't really want to say much, but I think what John said is really important. When you're coordinating something or leading something, it doesn't happen just with one person. So, like all good things that come together, it wasn't just me. I was pushing a lot of moving parts, but it was down to particular people like Megan and her creativity with videos, and Brandon with his creativity with a beautiful display outside, and Maya, her organization with the presentations, coming to all of the meetings, Diana and Morgan supporting us for thinking about the seminar. We hadn't seen one, so it was difficult to really imagine what it would look like. All the volunteers that are here, so Jasmine, Miku, Cora, Tet, Tim, and Cora as well, because Cora still is associated with UQ and helped us really think a lot about the seminar and give us a lot of advice. So that was good, good support from her. To Chloe as well. Yes. Very closely together on putting together the program booklets and just making the technology possible today. It wasn't perfect, but we hope that it went as smoothly as it could do. I think I'm surprised. I've been sitting in that shop the whole day. It's gone as well as it has. So I think she deserves a really big round of applause and credit for that. To the rest of the fellows, they can be responsible for the meetings, bad job, and all my nagging and pushing them to do the various things that we needed to do to get to this place. Thank you to them, thank you to you, and thank you for everyone that has joined us on Zoom. I think it's cocktail time now.